Welcome to a meeting of the North Penn School District Board of School Directors, May 12, 1998. The meeting tonight is our regularly scheduled work session. We will also be presenting proclamations to outstanding students. This meeting is being videotaped for community cable channels. Individuals attending this meeting and intending to speak to the board should be aware that they are being videotaped. In order to meet the requirements of Pennsylvania Sunshine Law, it is necessary to record the names of all citizens who speak to the board during the meeting. To ensure compliance with this requirement, it is essential that those planning to address the board come to the microphone and state their name and address. Members of the audience are asked to limit their questions and comments to no more than 5 minutes. This limit will permit time for all those who wish to speak to the board to do so. Whenever members of the audience exceed this time limit, the board president may ask the individual to yield the microphone to the next speaker, and this is in reference to board policy 8344.2. Okay. Mrs. Day, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, please stand.
To the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, probably the best and maybe sometimes the only privilege we have as being board members is to have an opportunity like tonight to meet students, to provide them with proclamations and awards, and get a chance to visit and see firsthand the excellent students we have in the school district. And it's always a treat for everybody here around the board to get that opportunity. So at this time, would... Okay, Mr. Johnson.
We're honoring a significant number of talented students in the music arts this evening, both instrumental and vocal music. Their directors, sponsors, teachers are here to tell us about each one of them and introduce them so that we may recognize this significant accomplishment at the regional and the state level. Another thing that makes us proud about North Penn kids is that we have such variety and talent, and they're the creme de la creme. They are the cream of the crop, and they rise to the top. I didn't mean to make that rhyme, but I like it nevertheless.
That's good.
We're going to begin with John Jostin, a jazz band director, who's going to introduce the members of the band who have won significant honors. And John, we want you to tell us about that as well as introduce the kids.
Be happy to. It gives me great pleasure to introduce 6 representatives of the 19 student members who make up my high school jazz band. The other 13 are at a wind ensemble dress rehearsal for their concert Friday evening. The 19 members that make up the high school jazz band compete in numerous high school jazz band festivals. These festivals are sponsored by high school, college, the Cavalcade of Bands, as well as the Independent Association of Jazz Educators Associations. So they travel throughout the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware region, Fridays and Saturday evenings with me, and they have received, at every festival they've attended this year, they've received nothing less than a superior rating. And at numerous festivals, many of the students, in fact, I believe 1 or 2 that you will meet tonight, have received individual soloist awards, as well as every section of the band has received and been given and recognized as an outstanding trumpet, trombone, saxophone, or percussion section at one of those festivals. So if I could introduce my representatives.
Sure, Mr. Johnson,
Okay.
if you'd have your students come around the board
Be
here
happy
and
to.
introduce them from your point, and then
Sure.
they come forward. And that's a card waiting for an accident to happen. So we're going to move that card out of your way.
Okay, Randy Babst. Now you come over here. Right here. There you go.
Do you want to bring them all the way around?
Sure.
Everybody all the way around?
Like all the way around, Matt. Go ahead. Pat.
Mr. Gordon, we're going to get a proclamation for you for that. We won't forget.
Who's the first?
Alrighty. And as I said, I have 6 tonight. I'll go through all the names. The 6 that are here tonight are Randy Babst, Matthew Eastat, Patrick Mose, Amanda Parker, Melissa Piccirilli, and Douglas Stanley. Go ahead. Those not in attendance are Lee Allbacker, Jason Fine, Jeb Haig, Benjamin Ingram, Marlo Lynch, Leslie Mort, Michael Pilquist, Andrew Reynolds, William Schaefer, Michael Strelzik, Adam Taylor, and Eric Ward.
Stand.
Second one.
Yeah, well, I don't know, we've got so many different hands here. Is this?
I'll look, you'll look through that. What's his name?
Stand. No, you have other people to call up too. I'll give you what's left of
Mr. New?
Good evening. I thought I needed to dress up, actually. The Pembroke 8th grade band is waiting in the wings to do their spring concert as we speak, so I'll be conducting in about 20 minutes. So I am the director of the Pembroke, excuse me, gotta figure out which school I'm in, the North Penn High School Lad Band, and that is our second jazz band. And it's kind of amazing, I think, that we have the depth of talent in our high school. We have 2 jazz ensembles that both compete in the Cavalcade of Bands circuits in 2 different divisions. The Lad Band has also won their division. That was back in April. They were awarded a superior rating and the overall best score trophy, and they also received 2 section awards at that festival, and they've been going to various festivals throughout the southeastern Pennsylvania region for the last 3.5 months as well. So a real tribute to the number of great musicians we have in our school district. And I'd like to read the names of the students from the Lad Band that are here as well. And we'll bring them around the same way. Matthew Ames, Sarah Blackledge, Reed Collins, Sandra Durstein, Andrew Holloway, Jean Lee, Jill Malak, Stephen McElhenney, Timothy Mickler, Benjamin Shelley, and Michael Stefano. We have several other students that are also at a rehearsal with Mr. Heller at North Penn High School.
Kind of goes.
So, North Penn High School Lab Band.
If you'd introduce each one.
Read, Collins? All right. How did you spell that? Yeah, I know, but there's
Moving on from this.
Here. Andrew? Yes. Well, what are you up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Mrs. Westerland?
Okay, hi, I'm Linda Westerland, and I have the privilege of advising the North Penn chapter of the Future Business Leaders of America. And I have represented here tonight 8 of our 9 state winners. And just a little bit of a background on what the Future Business Leaders do. We compete in different business-related events, and that's what these students have actually won in the state end. They first competed at the regional level, where they had to place either first, second, or third to advance to the state. They did advance to the state, and we now have winners that won at the state level. 6 of these students have now qualified to go on and compete nationally. So hopefully we'll have some national winners by the end of the summer. But I'll go ahead and introduce the students, and I'll let you know what category they tested in and how they placed. We have Karen Anderson, who was first in the state in Accounting 2. Jim Kramer, who placed 5th in the state in International Business. Jeff Fields placed 2nd in the state in Business Procedures. Dan Morano placed 1st in the state in writing a business plan, and he was part of the team. Heather McKnight placed 5th in the state, Karen, in job description manual that she wrote. Tracy Mengel placed 7th in the state in Accounting 1. Joe Snyder was also on the team that placed 1st in the writing of the business plan. And Mickey Voida is a double winner. He won 10th place in business calculations and was also elected treasurer of the state of Pennsylvania in FBLA.
You could announce each one at a time so
Okay.
that we can get the names.
Okay, Karen Anderson, Jim Kramer, Jeff Fields, Dan Morano, Heather McKnight, Tracy Mengel,
No? Okay.
Joe Snyder, and Mickey Voida.
This lady writes job descriptions.
I could use you.
This is a chance for Tracy to let all of her peers know that I am not her mother. Go ahead. It's my aunt. It was a rumor.
We also had one other member that was not able to be with us tonight. He was the third member on the writing of the business plan, so he also placed first in the state, and that's Tucker Luke.
We have Linda for you and two last narrative award. And let me say, I omitted by my error in my rush to make an introductory remark, the reference to the future business leaders and their success. As Linda has already stated, they went head-to-head with kids from throughout the Commonwealth studying the same thing, and they achieved at a significant level, which makes us obviously very proud. Thank you.
Here's a chance for Linda to sell memberships to FBLA. Board members can take one. I've taken mine. How much are they? Go right ahead.
Well, they're actually $35 this year. It's professional memberships. You become a professional member of FBLA. You get on the mailing list. You get all kinds of mailings. I think you even get a discount card for hotels or rent-a-cars or something like that that they broke into. I'll be more than happy to send a brochure or fly to anyone that's interested.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
District 11 Regional 6 All-State Orchestra. Mr. Phil Tackett, Director.
Actually, I'm going to wear three hats tonight. Mr. Heller couldn't be here, Dr. Giersch couldn't be here, but I could. Reed Collins, Kim Dunn, Jason Scott, please come up here. It's a long road to a state band, orchestra, or chorus. Actually begins in the fall. The chorus folks, they audition in October. The instrumentalists in December. That's the first of 3 auditions under usually less than ideal circumstances, right? And kids have got to compete against the very best student musicians in the state, and they've got to consistently score on top in order to progress to states. It's this consistency, I think, that sets these students apart from other very talented young people. So Reed and Michael Straussy, who can't be here tonight, were our representatives at State Orchestra. Kim and Jason were our representatives at the State Chorus. And Ben Ingram and Amanda Wetzel at State Band. So thank you very much, guys, and board, thank you for your support for this endeavor.
These are the band people. Take these?
Yes.
I mean,
The rest of the event.
the jazz band and the,
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause.
We need to make a note that the young man Stanley, this young man right here, Douglas Stanley.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to, board president would like to extend a small apology to Douglas Stanley. We did not have a certificate here for him for some reason, whether it was a question as to his appearance here tonight or what it was, but we're very sorry about that. He's a very proud young man, and he was very gracious when we explained the mistake. And Douglas, we're sorry, and we will rectify it first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Before we begin, Mr. O'Donnell, there was something you wished to address?
Thank you, Madam President. Last month in the mail, I received a letter from Rachel Rashkov from Walton Farm Elementary School. And I would just like to read this letter. I've been told that all the other board members have received something like this, and I would like to read it because it's kind of touching, and I do want to acknowledge this letter. Dear Mr. O'Donnell, The class has been learning about what it takes to be a leader. We have been studying different leaders and found out that these leaders are very unique. The leaders we have studied are men and women from different cultural backgrounds. People like Susan B. Anthony, Chief Joseph Caesar Chavez, Wing Luke, and Harriet Tubman have all made the neighborhood and the world a better place. We have called these leaders Giraffe Club members because they were not afraid to, and in quotes here, stick out their necks and solve a problem. We have completed projects to make our community a better place. We're also very excited to join the Giraffe Club. You are invited to attend the Giraffe Club ceremony in Walton Farm Elementary School on May 14th, 1998 at 9:30 a.m. in the gym. We look forward to seeing you soon. Please call the school and let us know if you will be there, if you will be able to attend. Sincerely, Rachel Radfeld. Second grade student, Mrs. Justice's class. Well, Rachel, I'm sorry I can't make it. I apologize, but I wanted to acknowledge your letter, and I want everybody else to see what all the other board members received. And I'm proud to be in your Giraffe Club. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. As for Stephanie Cole in second grade, I am going to be there, and thank you for your invitation. So, this time, Dr. Bose, if you want to begin.
We have, as you can see, a large agenda this evening, and so for the board's purposes, we want to provide enough information, respond to all the questions that will enable the board then to consider these matters as a recommendation and as an action item when it needs to conduct its business on the 21st of the month. So for tonight's purposes, we will be brief as a staff because we know this could be a lengthy meeting, and we know there's other very important business that faces us as well. So for curriculum, I'll ask Dr. Hassler to introduce what's already come out of committee, and most board members, if not all board members, are very well informed about the summer library program, additional days for certain administrators for the summer of '98, and the senior class trip. Let me say this about the senior class trip. This trip has come to us as is required in our school district for board approval. It requires at least 60% participation rate from the senior class members who will make the trip. And the high school administration wishes to give notices about the trip as early as the 13th of this month. So we're asking the board, and when it considers moving it forward to the action meeting on the 21st, to consent to the word going out to the seniors under the assumption that the board will approve the trip in order not to lose the time for those kids and their families to consider their participation, to acquire the deposit, and to indicate that they represent a number together, which would at least be 60% of the senior class in order for the trip to occur.
I'll seek the consensus on that curriculum.
Thank you. Dr. Hassler.
Would you like me to address all three?
I need to ask you to wait one moment, Dr. Hassler, if we could have a...
Ms. Bengal and I have talked about financial counsel going first, considering the length of this meeting and his availability at this hour. And with the board's consent, we'll hear from bond counsel about refinancing our debt. And with a short prologue or introduction by Ms. Debbie, and then we'll hear from Mr. Bradbury about what our options are and what recommendations we might consider. Bob, excuse me, I'm there and we're cleaning up.
No problem.
Bob, excuse me,
No, just the last one. Refinancing the debt.
The board had this discussion about 3 months ago, first at the Finance Committee meeting and then at board level, about the opportunity to refinance 3 bonds that were becoming callable. And at that point in time, we acted upon an informal resolution that said we support the mission of refinancing, yet the structure of the refinancing had to yet be determined, and that it would be determined no later than May 15th. Between the time that the board had that discussion, passed the resolution, and tonight, the Finance Committee has had further discussions, and Mrs. Scher, with her leadership, has come up with some ideas that are worthy of review. Mr. Bradbury is here tonight. He is going to take you from where you were 3 months ago in terms of what it was that he had shown to options 1 and 2, where we'd like to focus this evening. With that, Bob, I appreciate your going through your handout.
And I think there are copies of this in the back for the public. And I handed out to the board a financing report dated May 12th, 1998. The first portion, page 1, is the refinancing or the refunding portion of the project. The refunding portion has to do with the refunding of the series of 1990, the bond issue. As you can see, that is weighted towards the end. It carried interest rates of 7.1% due in the years 2007, 8, and 9. There's currently outstanding, which is summarized at the bottom of the page, $2 million of general obligation bonds outstanding. There would be a premium, which is required under those documents, of $20,000 to be paid off, plus $47,727 is the interest between March 15th, the last payment date, and July 16th, which is the date that the bonds could be called. In other words, we're saying that if the board took action at their May 21st meeting with regards to this, we would get to closing by June 15th and be able to call the bonds 30 days later, because it does require 30 days notice. So the amount that is required, the gross amount that is required, is $2,067,727.78. The other bond issues involve the series of 1993, a bond issue with interest rates running from 4.1% to 5.5% in the year 2008. Without going through the top part of the proposal, the lower part shows that the amount to be escrowed is $3,942,194.28. It is arrived at the same way, only the difference is the most recent interest payment date was March 1st, and again to July 16th. Schedule 3 is the refunding of the Series A of 93. That issue has interest rates running from 3.8% to 5.25%. You see the amount necessary to refund that issue on July 16th is $4,884,942.69. Schedule 4 is a recap of the debt service that is due on each of those issues for school years 98, 99 through school years 2009, 2010. What it is, and really when I say it's a recap, the series of 1990 is a recap from page 1. Series of 93 and 94 are recaps from pages 2 and 3. And what they do are combined so that we can show what the debt service on the new issue would be versus the debt service on the old issue. Old issues. In order to do the refinancing, it would be necessary, and what I list here is I'll go to the uses of the funds first. The uses of the funds would be to put in $2,060,000 in an escrow account to take care of the 1990 issue, $3,927,500 to take care of the series of 93, $4,866,700 to take care of the Series A of 93. As it's noted at the bottom, they are the amounts that are necessary when the funds are invested in U.S. Treasury bills from the date that you would purchase them on June 15th, which would be the closing date of the new bond issue, to July 16th, when the bonds would be called. We have cost of issuance of $65,790, which is bond discount at 0.6%, legal fees of $15,000, rating, printing, and the other costs associated. One is also the verification that is required by the Department of Education in order to continue the reimbursement that you get on these issues. It's also to verify for bond counsel and for your peace of mind that what we are telling you is true. So we have it verified by an accounting firm, so what is here is verified as to its accuracy. Are there any questions up to that point by the board members? Or do you want me to go through the...
Why don't you go all the way through?
Okay. We then do a calculation of the savings on a bond issues that showing it two different ways. On page 6, it's a calculation of the savings taken in the first year. Interest rates run from 3.7% to 4.7%, and the term of the issue is identical to the term that your outstanding issues are outstanding. The structure is similar in that, as you can see, the debt service matches up on a yearly basis, except for the first year where we are taking the savings up front, and that is $540,098.02. Page 7 gives us savings on an annual basis. And again, it's basically approximately averages about $58,000 a year. It shows that the savings at the end of the issue, when all the years are taken into account, would be $644,458. That present value of that savings is identical to what $540,000 would be up front. That is the refunding portion of the report. Are there any questions? Maybe I'll do it that way because the next section has to do with what to do in the event that you have funds available from the sale of a property. I don't know whether you want me to go through the whole thing or do you want me to?
Yeah, I think you have to, because I
Okay.
think a lot of the questions are going to start at this Tennis Road piece, because
Okay.
I don't believe there's enough board members that want to consider refinancing without what this picture looks like.
Okay, what we have done is taken in the assumption that the Keenest Road property will be closing sometime in the next month and a half. And the assumption is that you would be using $6 million of the proceeds of the Keenest Road project. And there was two options. Option 1 would be to use the sale proceeds to call the series of 1990 and the series of 1993 on the call date of July 16th. Again, this makes the assumption that you would settle on Keenest Road before June 15th. So I'm trying to match them up the same as what the refunding would take place. The amounts required are really carryovers from those pages that you've seen previously where I showed the amount required to refund the series of 1990 and required to refund the series of 93 are shown there, plus the cost of the call to come up with a price of $5,989,000 that would have to be put aside to take care of calling the bonds of those two issues. What would be the reduction in debt service with regards to that if you did that? You would have debt service reduction of those issues next year of 602, 600, 603, and it goes right on through. That's what would be coming out of your future budgets. As I then went and looked at, I mentioned to the, I guess that's me, I'll go across that mic. The option 2, which is to use the proceeds to put into a debt service fund. This would be a fund that's dedicated for paying the debt service of your outstanding indebtedness. The reason that I had suggested this previously has to do with the fact that you can invest at a higher rate than your borrowing cost is. And what this does is show the benefit of it. If you were to purchase in each of the years, as shown, U.S. Treasuries, zero coupon, you buy them at a discount, and they're dedicated in the debt service fund. You could purchase for $5,986,000, and again, these are all estimates at this point because you have not given me the go-ahead, but it's a very good estimate. In fact, I printed off what the Treasury market was today. You would be purchasing U.S. Treasuries for $5,986,480, which is similar to what you would be using to call the bonds. I show the cost of the U.S. Treasuries and the maturity value of each of those Treasuries in column 1. And then at the bottom of this page, I do a comparison of both of those proposals. And you'll see that the benefit of doing the option 2 versus option 1 totals $217,986, or approximately $22,000 a year. Again, what we're saying is this would be coming from a debt service fund that is dedicated for the use of retirement of debt. That is the Keenest Road project. I then, at the time we were going through this, I think there was a question, and I was asked to prepare for capital improvement projects. What would the impact be for capital improvement projects for technology and the various items that the board is looking at? I did amortization schedules of similar lengths on page 10 and page 11. I was given two different numbers, one for $4,696,000 and one for $4,596,000. And I added in the cost of issuance. As I was pointing out at the time, if you were going to do this, it is worthwhile in order to keep the cost of issuance down, because you don't have duplication of cost. The only thing I said that you have is bond discount is always a percentage of the bond issue, so you do have that number. And what I estimate is he would have to issue 4,725,000 bonds under the one proposal and 4,625,000. I then did a summary that takes into account the refunding program of all issues, the Keenest Road portion with option 2, which is the one that saves $20-some thousand a year, and a capital improvement program, and I did use the $4,725,000. That was my choice. I don't know what the board is choosing, but that was my choice in using it. I used the higher of the choices. So that anything you do or decisions you make would lower that if you decide to go lower. And you'll see that the net overall debt service reduction, what it is you can see how it's laid out. I show the existing, and I show the refunding portion. It says plus capital improvement program, minus the funds available in a debt service fund, and I come up with the net debt service, all programs, and you'll see that what you would have is a net overall debt service reduction of $653,112, and so forth down the line, under option, using refunding all issues, the Keenest Road option 2 portion, and the capital improvement, the higher of the two. I then did a calculation because of the fact that you would be doing, if you did under option 1, it would only leave the Series A of 93 outstanding. I did a calculation to see if it was worthwhile doing the Series A of 93 by itself. And page 12 shows the refunding of the Series A of 93 by itself. And you'll see on page 13, I wouldn't, first of all, it shows that the savings would be $47,000. I would not recommend doing that because the only people you're saving $47,000, but if you go over on the other side, we as professionals are making as much as you are in cost and so forth. It's not worthwhile doing, so I would not recommend doing that. But so that issue would stay outstanding. Unless you chose to do it, but I don't believe that I wouldn't recommend it because you're paying professionals, myself, the attorneys, Moody's Investor Service, and everyone else. Yeah, it doesn't make financial sense to do it. I go over and do a summary, the series of 93A, and again do the exact same thing, and you'll see that the difference between the summary as shown at the end of this portion versus the summary before, there's a difference of about $600,000. So that is what I prepared for the district, and I'm open to questions now.
Okay, Bob, there's an awful lot of work that's been done here. These are, I believe, all the areas and all the areas of analysis that we had asked of you, and Mrs. Steady, thank you for that. What has been troubling is that Keenest Road piece, because those on the board that have been here a long time with the evolution of that project feel kind of morally bound to take that money and put it back against the debt. And so unless there's a better way to do things, that would have to be proven, and this is the only way to do that. Start with board questions to the left. Mr. Moser.
Do you think the board could hear from the chairman of the finance committee? Because she's had quite a bit of time to take a look at this stuff, and I'd like to know what she's, if she has any questions first, and what her recommendations would be first.
So her recommendation would be just her recommendations, not from the finance committee.
The finance.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. O'Donnell, but.
Well, wait a minute, wait a second. Mrs. Krieger, Mrs. Scher, I think, is capable of talking for herself. Secondly, we always go left, right, left, right. I know it's a request, but also I requested finance to make a recommendation to this board, and it did not. So the majority of finance has not made a recommendation, so there's 9 board members have to pound this out. Mr. Mosey, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
I did make a recommendation at the previous meeting that we look at paying off these bonds as opposed to refinancing. Thank you, Mr. Bradbury, for this complete and detailed report. I had some questions. I noticed that on pages 1, 2, 3, 5, the figures have gone down since the February 25th report that you gave us. Can you tell me why? In other words, for example, the bottom figure, you have $2,067,727, and on February, that figure was $2,049,000.
That has to do with the fact that at the time I made that presentation, we were making the assumption that the bonds, you asked me to postpone it until you could get your capital program lined up. That made the assumption, and I don't have that report, but I was calling the bonds, I believe, June 1st. We're now calling them July 16th. Bondholders get accrued interest up to the date the bond is called.
Okay.
So we had to build back in that 45 days of accrued interest, and that is the reason for the changes on pages 1, 2, and actually 3. They all changed there.
Right.
On pages 5, the numbers did, or 5?
5, yes.
5 has to do with, again, the accrued interest is added in, and we therefore have to take care of that for the bondholders. On pages, go ahead.
Are we inflating that figure? And I'm not asking that in a derogatory way, but the last payment we made was in March. Our next payment is September, am I correct?
That is correct.
So we owe 3 months' interest. Would that be correct if we went in July, approximately? Or 3.5?
From March
To July.
March 1st to July 1st is, you
3.5
pay
months.
interest all of March, all of April, all of May, all of June, and another half a month, so it's 4.5 months.
When did we make our March payment, Mrs. Petty?
March 15th.
First?
March 1st.
One of them's
You have to make it
March
March
1st.
1st.
March 15th. One's March 1st, one's March 15th.
Okay.
We've made several debt service payments. There is a payment due on March 1st for the series of 1993. And the other series of 1993A was March 15th, and the series of 1990 was also March 15th.
Okay, so one was March 1st, and the other two were March 15th. And I guess a rather rudimentary question, but I noticed again that since the last meeting, the savings on page 6 has gone from 662,000 to 545, and again the savings on page 7 has gone from 829 to 688.
That's correct. That has to do with interest rates.
Okay.
If I could control interest rates, I would
I
be
understand.
more than happy to have it
I
back at the same
understand,
level.
but I know at that time, there was some elation by some board members because it looked like a greater savings, and it now looks like
This is not firm.
$100,000 less.
I want to point out, this is not firm yet. What we're asking you to do this evening is to give us directions to come back with firm numbers for March 21st. I would hope that we come in with higher than 545.
Okay.
But right now, this is an update of an estimate that we believe can be done at this point.
Okay. On page 8, that's the option you're showing if we paid off these bonds completely. Over a 12-year period, we would realize an $8,577,000 reduction in our bond debt service, which would be a savings to the taxpayers. Am I correct?
That is correct. No, not as far as, if
I
you
know
put
the
the 6
figures aren't
million.
accurate, but it's...
That is accurate with regards to that. You
Is
would
it?
be-
Okay. Okay. I thank you for the summary sheets on Keenest Road, and as well as the summary sheets you gave us on the succeeding pages, these summaries of refunding. We didn't have them in our original packet. We just got them tonight along with this handout you gave us. I know that I am one board member who is in favor of using that Keenest Road money to pay off these bonds. It seems like our bond service is escalating, our bond debt service is escalating. In fact, as we get into a later part of the program tonight with a technology plan, we'll be asked to look at another bond. And I think it's time that we start paying off some of these bonds. I understand that, and I'm glad this solicitor left. I was going to ask Mr. Yanoff, I was under the impression that that money had to be applied against bond debt service. And if we take this money and put it in a debt service fund.
That is applied towards debt service. That's what you're going to be doing with that.
Okay, but what portion, would the whole $6 million be applied against the debt service, or would it be a drawdown, or would just the interest be applied against it? How would that, what portion of that $6 million be used?
Page 9 shows that you are putting the complete
Right.
$5,986,000 into the debt
Right.
service fund
Right.
and purchasing U.S. Treasury securities that mature on given dates as shown in the school years 98, 99 through 2010.
Right.
And those monies would be then transferred back to the general fund to pay debt service and debt service only on your outstanding indebtedness.
Isn't that a form of arbitrage, though?
That's
using bond money to invest and make money?
we're using the proceeds from the sale of the property.
But that money was taken from a bond.
I know, it
understand
was
that-
never reasonably anticipated, and also it was those bonds were at interest rates higher than what we're investing at, but still at lower than what you would be using it for if you took it and just retired. There's a financial benefit to it.
Well, I see the financial benefit, and I see the financial benefit to both plans. And although there would be about $217,000 more benefit in putting the money in a debt service fund, I see the greater advantage in taking the $8.5 million and reducing our bond debt service and passing a savings on to the taxpayers of this community, rather than my fear is that I don't know how we can commit previous boards from not using this money. And my fear is that $6 million will never get back to paying off the bond debt service, that if there's someone else sitting in this seat in a couple of years from now, who's to say there couldn't be some other ingenious plan come forward and that money be used for other than paying down the bond debt service. I think we have an opportunity for the first time in many years in the North Penn School District to pay off a credit card, or a couple credit cards. Mr. Solicitor, I'd asked a question, you weren't here. in regards to this establishing a bond debt service account and buying treasury notes where we would make more money on our investment as opposed to taking that $6 million from Keenest Road and paying off a couple of these bonds and getting them off the books. I'm not saying it's illegal, but I just question taking $5,986,000 to purchase treasury certificates, which would give us a return of approximately $8,795,000, which would realize which would be $217,000 more than if we paid off the bond debt service. I was just wondering I just need a little more clarification. Can we do that, and just what portion of that money would be used against bond debt service?
Well, Mr. Mosey, having just received this report and this suggestion this evening, I'd like the opportunity to review that and give you a full opinion on that. I think that it's a very important question, and I'd like to be able to analyze it from every direction so that I can give you the appropriate opinion.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's the end of my...
Mr. Bradbury, would you, Mr. Mosey had a good question. Would you give Mr. Yanoff the response that you provided him with so that he has that to take back with him?
I just mentioned that the school district is getting monies from the sale of a property. They are putting it into a debt service fund, and that debt service fund is to be used for all issues of debt. The governments are scheduled to mature in each school year and be used for debt service reduction. That's what I have proposed. Also, the bonds that were issued at the time for the Keenest Road project were at higher interest rates than what we're even invested in now.
Well, I understand the point, but I just wanted to make sure that I answer Mr. Mosey's concerns about protection of that money in the future, to make sure that it's used in the manner that the fund is for which the fund is established, and I want to provide him with adequate assurances that if we can do that, we will.
I do want to point out that this is nothing out of the ordinary, and I can speak with regards to other school districts in that I was at Perkiomen Valley last night, and they were taking their savings. They did a refunding last night, and their refunding savings was actually going into the debt service fund. It was not being used this year to reduce debt service. It's going to be used in later years because of the impact that they're looking at in later years. It's not being used for capital either. It's being used for debt service reduction to the taxpayers. Boyertown School District has a fund, a debt service fund, that throws off $742,000 a year that the administration brings back each year, and it was transferred by board members back over the last 4 or 5 years, and that money comes back each year to the taxpayers, but it has been invested, and luckily for them, they had invested at interest rates because they invested 4 or 5 years ago in their debt service fund, happens to be at 8.5%. But what the board at that time was looking at was a schedule to help the impact and also reduce their debt service on all issues, and they have a debt service fund. I can name a number of school districts that have that.
Okay. Mrs. Krieger.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bradbury. Just a few questions. Page 1, page 2, and page 3, there's callable date amounts at the top on each of those pages. That is the payoff on each of those bonds as of...
That would be when we would...
Or when
we would expect, if the board adopts a resolution to proceed with the refinancing on May 21st, we would be able to get the closing on the refunding by June 15th. On June 15th, the money would go to the paying agents of each of those issues with the directions to call the bonds on July 16th. They have to give 30 days notice. And that is the reason, those are the dates, and that's the reason of the timing of this.
Okay, so if I were to add up all 3 of those figures, I should come up with the figure at the top of page 5, the $10,965,000.
No, those figures, if you go to page 5, under uses of funds, those numbers that you see on pages 1, 2, and 3, as is explained at the bottom under notes 1, 2, and 3, is the amount. If I put $2,060,000 with the paying agent on June 15th of 1998 in a U.S. Treasury bill, the $2,060,000 would give me $2,067,000 on that date. Again, I've done conservative estimates here with regards to these numbers.
Okay, so-
But that's what that is doing. That is taking and putting into
So my
Treasury
math is
bills.
off just because you've been a little conservative on this.
No, the numbers are, I still have some conservative, but it does make an assumption. It happens to be $7,000 less. It's,
Okay. Do you happen to know what our Moody's rating is currently?
your Moody's rating is currently AA3. I would expect that it would be the same. You got a rating approximately 11 months ago.
But you don't know if that's changed since then?
It changes when, to be very honest with you, it changes when they look at, when you're doing a bond issue. It rarely changes in between. If you were a large issuer, such as the city of Philadelphia or New York City, where you're in the press with regards to your financial condition, deficits and so forth, yes, they would change things, but your rating is not going to change and has not changed since that date.
Okay, on page 8, under the use of proceeds for the sale of Kings Road, amount required for Series 90 and Series 93, I have totaling $6 million. It's only about 20,000 more than those two figures add up. Is that just, would that make that much difference?
Excuse me?
$20,000, does that make any difference as far as the payoff goes?
I'm trying to understand the question again. What was the,
When I add up those two figures, I come up with a sum of $6 million, and with, including the cost of the call of $1,500.
it comes to $5,989,000.
Right.
Right.
So without that calculated in, just adding up those two figures, I come to a sum of $6,000,009, which is like $20,000 more
To do,
to pay off the bonds.
I'm still making the assumption that you would put the money from Keenest Road in with the paying agent on June 15th. Again, you're using the exact same numbers that come from the amount that had to be escrowed on June 15th under the bond proposals. You still have to give the money to the paying agent 30 days ahead of time. You cannot, he will not activate the call unless he has that money. So I'm using the exact same numbers and I'm making the exact same assumptions.
And the future debt service reduction listed below, as Mr. Mosey's already indicated, if we were to pay off the debt of the Series 90 and 93 bonds, I guess I'm trying to figure out why you have calculated a savings. I mean, if we pay those bonds...
I don't calculate it as I say it's a debt service reduction. If you look at the name of the column, it's debt service reduction.
Well, I thought you said that it would also,
Well, you can call
it
it.
would be a savings to the taxpayers. We don't have to pay it anymore, right?
You don't have to pay it any longer. You would be putting $6 million into a, you would be calling and you'd be taking $6 million of your money. You no longer have to pay it, so it's a debt service reduction. It's not it's, in a true sense of the word, it's a savings to the taxpayer in future years by you using $6 million now. You can also do it under option 2. It is a debt service reduction.
Okay, as Mr. Yanoff has already indicated, he's not the only one that just received these additional pages tonight. So that's all my questions.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you. I'm trying to simplify this. So if you could, if I start talking, just jump in when I'm wrong, would you please? All right? I think the board has agreed we're going to refinance the bonds because we know we can save a lot of money. I don't believe that's an issue. I believe that the longer we delay, the less money we save. I believe that the issues that are really coming to the forefront are, one, what to do with the Keenest Road money as a singular item of fund. And also, secondly, what to do with the savings from the refinancing of the three bond issues, as to whether to take the savings in 1 year or spread it out over the life of the new bond, which is approximately to the year 2010. I haven't heard him.
You're right.
I haven't jumped in because you're...
All right. Okay. To me, those are the issues. Now, if we decide at our next action meeting to refinance the three bond issues, do we also, that night, have to decide what to do with the funds, the savings?
You can't refund those bonds. You can't call those bonds anymore.
Once you take an action to refund the issue, the 90, 93, and 93A, you have taken the action to refund those bonds. You then have the $6 million of what to do with the proceeds of Keenest Road. You have already taken the action, but you're issuing bonds on that date as well, which will take care of those. You can't double issue.
Okay, so on May 21st, we not only have to decide to actually do the refinancing, but how we're going to allocate the funds.
We would like to have a consensus this evening if possible.
Because, first mistake,
okay,
huh?
Okay. Then on March 21st, you have to come back to us. In other words, we presented the information to you. At that point, we have to get a resolution prepared by bond counsel, and you have to take an action then at a later date. You can't just, you couldn't say to me tonight to do this because the meeting hasn't been legally advertised for the Local Government Unit Debt Act. I have to know, and I can't go out and put everything in place until I know what the board wants to do. Because there's, as you can see, there's two different plans. There's one that involves the issuance of $10,900,000 of refunding bonds, and there's another one that says, no, you're not going to do it. You're not really going to do a refunding. All you're going to do is do new money if you so decide to use the capital improvement.
Okay, now there's a third issue that we're assuming that Keenest Road will settle in June.
Art, help with this. Before Bill goes any further, will you clarify the letter that you are in possession of?
We'll settle on June 1.
June 1.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, I think that the question you asked is the board on May 21st have to tell Bob what they're doing with the Keenest Road proceeds when it settles on June 1st.
Yes.
The answer to that is no, you don't have to tell him on June 1st. I mean, on May 21st.
Okay.
That was it. That was where I was trying to...
That was half the question, but the other half was with the refinancing of the three outstanding bonds that we're going to refinance, do we have to determine what we're doing with them
Yes.
at the same time?
You must determine by May 21st how to restructure any new refinancing if that's the direction you go.
Okay, so tonight we're going to discuss, again, I will assume nobody does not want to refinance. So our discussion will be, what are we doing with, I'll use the word, the savings? Is that, am I correct?
How we structure it, how we take it.
Okay, all right. Okay. As far as what to do with it, I have no strong feelings one way or the other, and I will just continue to listen to the board members and the public before making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. Comparing your current handout to the one we had from February 25th, our general obligations increased by $135,000. Is that because we just sat around and waited? Is that because the board just didn't make the
You
decision?
mean the size of the issue increased by that?
Yes.
The size of the increase is due to the additional interest that you have to put aside. The savings, the savings went down because of the difference in interest rates. That's
I understand.
pure and simple. The size of the issue went up only because of the amount of interest that had to be put aside. It's not cost of issuance or anything else that went up. It has to do with the extra 45 days of interest that had to be put aside on $10 million worth of debt.
So that was $135,000.
I would.
That's the difference between
That's correct.
February 25th and then now. Okay. We really can't separate the issues, refinancing and the $6 million. And my understanding, it's not $6 million. It's about $6.5 million.
That's correct.
Of which 500,000 or so is going into the maintenance budget, or somewhere in the budget to
That
offset.
hasn't been determined yet. It's a separate, totally separate
Okay,
issue.
so we're going to get more than $6 million,
Yes.
6.5 or something like that.
Correct.
So everybody knows it's just not $6 million.
Right.
All right. I am disappointed that we waited because, we lost on refinancing, $123,000.
Mr. O'Donnell, the reason that it's not showing at 6.4 million, which will, I believe, be the proceed amount from Keenest Road, is we wanted to keep option 1 and 2 an apple for an apple so that you can compare them identically to calling the bonds as in option 1 to investing the same amount of proceeds in option 2. Okay? That was the purpose of keeping that.
What happens if we don't settle?
Well, we've talked about this. The only downside, if we choose option 1, the only downside I see if we do not settle on Keenest Road means that we don't have the $6 million or the 5.9 to pay off these callable bonds. We will then be obligated to either continue them as they are at the interest rates we're currently paying, or we'll have issuance costs of approximately $50,000 more than we would have if we had wrapped everything in one bundle. So the only downside I see, if Keenest Road doesn't close and if we choose option 1, is a plus or minus $50,000 issuance cost additional that we wouldn't incur.
So if we take a gamble, it could cost us, if I vote yes, let's reduce our debt by $6 million. And we take a gamble, and he decides not to sell,
We
we have to come up with $6 million?
I think one of the things that I said with regards to the reason I gave a date of May 15th approximately for getting an answer has to do that when you're building your budget, you're building debt service in. If you want to take advantage of the debt service saving, I would never build a budget and take something into account and then say, well, we're going to do it in August. I think you ran into that problem this year with regards to the Keenest Road project, or the sale, because it didn't take place.
I am in favor of obviously reducing our debt, and I would like to do it as soon as possible. I just don't want to jeopardize the school district, or cost to have the school district pay $50,000 more in funds if settlement doesn't take place. Is that correct?
That's the only downside I see with option number 1, is there's a potential cost of $50,000.
So this board, then, one of our decisions, we have to take a good guess, do we think this is going to happen? I just want everybody to think about that.
One moment, Frank. Carol, it was mentioned about the budget. Do you have a net effect on the budget under each of these scenarios?
I do.
Okay, because we would need you to speak to that to help with the questions also.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now?
No, let's continue with the questions, but the net effect, some of the decision-making is going to require what's happens to the budget.
Mr. Bradbury, what is the actual interest rate for, say, the first 5 years, if you don't mind me asking, for the page 9, the U.S. Treasury? Yeah, I know you put the dollar price, but if I could get the actual interest rate, I'd appreciate it.
Options, Joe. Buy them a discount.
The interest rates that were used in this report were 5.57% for the 99 maturity,
5.7.
5.57, 5.58 for the 2000 maturity,
Okay.
5.65 for the 2001,
Okay. And just one more.
5.67 for the 2002. You see they swing around, but these were actual offerings on the date. In other words, I happened to be on the road the day I made this up, but I did get a fax, and what this is the actual interest rates that were being offered by government dealers on that day.
I'm just trying to figure out where we can get a better rate of return. What is our cost, or what is your cost? What cost is there involved in this, just investing the $6 million? Is there no cost to the school district?
No, I will go out and get the offerings, and that's it.
I mean, there's no cost?
It's not, I don't offer in other words, I'm going to go out and get 3 offerings from government dealers, and that's what you're going to buy them at.
So this is our net cost, then? We're going to get...
That's correct. There's no added commissions, so forth.
All right, because I happen to have money with the Pennsylvania Invest Program, and right now they're 5.49. Last month was 5.53. There's about $700 million in that program. There's 117 school districts in that program, and long-term interest rates are at about 5.5. Now, I don't have a second decimal point here, but that's an equally sound program also. But I did read those interest rates. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shapinsky.
Bob, on the last page, I've been trying to look at this, try to focus on where it's going. The summary refunding portion of the 1993A series, which is about a $60,000 savings to the district if we do that, isn't really practical to do unless we're possibly adding in the additional borrowing.
That's correct. And if you do the additional borrowing, it probably makes it worthwhile.
That makes it worthwhile. The other net debt service from all programs, what you're doing here is taking option 1 and paying off the 1990-93 series, which we're netting about a $600,000 profit in the first year, or savings in the first year by the reduction of debt. And, really just comes down to no matter how we take the savings. I'm in favor of reducing the debt if possible without risk. And if this settlement can happen and we don't have any problems with this, my question really would be just on Frank's menu, which is, if we don't have this, we'd have to continue our debt service, right?
Correct.
We don't force you to do anything. If we say we'd like to pay these things off, we need 30 days, right?
I need 30 days. If you tell me that you want to do the bond issue and the payment of the Keenest Road project, that's fine.
No, I meant the
I only
time
take
frame.
your directions. And
You have in here July 16th, so that gives you plenty of time. It gives us a 2-week window if something goes wrong with the settlement, right?
No, I would actually have to change it slightly because I'm making an assumption that we could get the closing by June 15th.
Okay.
June 15th. Bond issues, the steps that have to be taken in order for the school district to issue bonds is you have to pass a resolution. You then have to do certain advertising, and then you also have to ship all the documents up to the Department of Community and Economic Development in Harrisburg, who sits on it for 20 days. They have the right to sit on it for 20 days, and they sit on it for 20 days. So in order to make a June 15th closing, you have to take an action sometime in late May.
Madam President, I've heard a lot of different comments tonight. I'd rather reduce the debt and save the money for the taxpayers in the long run. Nothing's going to stop future boards from borrowing. We can restructure the debt and save some money. We can take the savings and put it to good use now. I'm just in favor of reducing the debt. Let's use the Keenest Road settlement if we can to reduce the debt. Let's use the opportunity to take the additional monies and
and take the savings. In the long run, we're going to do better.
That's option 2, Mr. Shapinsky.
That's the last page, option 1.
Okay.
Refunding 1993A, the Keenest Road portion to pay down on option 1, and the capital improvement portion, which we need to move forward with our technology bid.
Mr. Hill.
Yeah, I thought I understood until Vince just got me all confused. Let me just ask a question so I have a clarification. I have to break it apart so I can understand a little bit better. If I look at the first refunding we were talking about in the before we get to the Keenest Road part, and I guess needed a help here, is that this is the refunding we talked about before, and the question there was what would we do with the funding, and one was to take it most in the first year or spread it over the number of years, and I felt at the time was the best thing was to do was to take it in the first year instead of spreading. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, pay it all, take all the savings.
Okay. So that's what I thought before, and that's what I'm still saying now. Under the Keenest Road, did you say that you improved, that you were in favor of taking the money and reinvesting it to save an additional $217,000, or using it all, or not doing it the other way?
No, I preferred option 1, where we just paid off the 1990 series and 93 series and paid the debt off.
I can't get emotional either way. $217,000 looks like a savings, but I wouldn't, go to the bank on it. So essentially, I concur. Then, I can go either way on that one. But so that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Mrs. Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Bradbury, for bringing forward these options. Quite frankly, since the board met in April and there was a motion added to the agenda for a preliminary vote on the reissuance of these bonds, I was concerned that we were closing the door on our options to actually, literally, pay back debt. I appreciate that at least this is the other option to direct payout and a guaranteed reduction, at least calls for a drawdown that's commensurate with the debt service. There have been some discussions rolling around regarding using this money and proceeds for a 5-year drawdown in which the community would most definitely have been left with an outstanding debt for assets. So I have not had held back one bit in my concerns that Keenest Road and those proceeds be brought into the picture, because once we reissue these bonds, we would have been closing the door of opportunity until, I believe it's year 2004 for refundable bonds, advanced refundable bonds as our
That's probably, I don't have my sheets in front of me, but that's correct.
Well, as your sheet said, when it said non-refundable, those bonds weren't really able to be considered without a large penalty, is that correct?
Not each, again, I don't have the issues listed, but if you're going to do something with the $6 million, it's better not to sit on it. It would be better to call these bonds.
Absolutely not. Mr. Bradbury, before I wrap up my feelings on this, I do see the $18,000, a little over $18,000 savings within that $217,000. You've talked about other creative ideas that have been done to basically make money off of debt service accounts. Were the monies that are being invested by these other school districts through the selling of assets acquired through long-term debt that were still active?
That were still active?
In other words, they weren't 25-year-old buildings that were being sold. They were through the conversion of basically a bond purchased asset into a cash asset.
The savings that is being accomplished in Perkiomen and Valley happens to be from a bond issue that was used for long-term assets. That's correct. But it's being put into a debt service fund to give relief in later dates. Boyertown, it came from various sources. General fund transfers and also from settlements from, it was not from a bond issue itself. It was coming from settlements of
Of sold assets?
No, it's from settlements on some lawsuits that took place and various other things.
That's a little different story. You're not holding a liability of sorts of such as a sold property that was, purchased through bond indebtedness to begin with, especially one that was purchased just in August of '93. I've looked at this, and like I said, I appreciate the fact that you gave the board another option. I personally have been advocating for a direct application of the proceeds from Keenest Road to relieving the series of 1990, and as it is the 1993, because it's callable. My personal instincts and financially would be to look for the two with the highest interest rates and that fall within your available dollars and refund to the community. Biggest positives? For this one, we have to pay $5.9 million to relieve $8.6 million worth of indebtedness, outstanding debt, which will automatically hit our audit books, and guarantee this community that they've been reciprocated for the Keenest Road purchases, as well as a lot of other miscellaneous spending that lurks in the shadows of these bonds. Secondly, that with the refunding, we do have issuance costs. We do have other things that are offsetting the savings. We have 4 months outside of the debt service comparisons. Is that correct? 4 months interest? When you compare debt service to debt service for the existing debt versus the new debt, we have to deduct out 4 months out of that savings that you're demonstrating here, correct?
The savings that I'm demonstrating is actual dollar savings. I think a lot of people get confused with the accrued interest. The accrued interest is money that is due to a bondholder.
No, I'm talking on the page where you have the comparison to the two.
Page 9.
Not of option 1 to 2, no, where you show the debt service as it stands today versus your debt service with the savings. 540,000, page 6.
Correct.
As I look at this, it appears to me, the debt service that we have right now, the 1.2 million, that's for a full year of interest. In other words, there's no payments coming out of an investment escrow or anything of the sort. Isn't the 707 partly because 4 months of it's coming from another revenue source from the district?
No, it would be the same. You are required to pay $1,247,000. I could make that number read.
No, I know we are. I'm concerned with the 707.
I could make that number read $1,200,000 and change where the savings comes in.
Didn't you say when you were speaking to everyone that we will be taking the interest from March?
I have to do that in order to come up with the escrow account. That's correct.
Right, that's coming from a separate source. It's not going to be listed in the 707, correct? $1,000 because we're paying 4 months of our interest due from another source, another pocket within the district.
You're paying it from we have to build it into the escrow account to build it into the bond issue.
Right.
But what you really have to compare is debt service to debt service when we're looking at a refunding. That accrued interest really has.
So you're telling me that this 9/18 and March 1st payments in this first year is 100% payment of the same amount of time coverage in interest payments as the one that is existing?
No, it's coming from one's coming from June 15th.
Right. And the other one is actually continuous without any disruption or any alternate payments.
No, but it's been built into the bond issue, into the escrow account.
Well, I'm going to get everybody in the weeds, so I'm going to let it go. I think, Carol, you know what I mean. Regarding those interest payments are being pulled out of another revenue in the district?
I was barely hanging on, Vicki, and I need the help of Bob to stay with us on this. I don't mind you continuing, because I don't think I can answer your question otherwise.
We had $108,000 that we found in the last savings that was actually coming from the district, but through its investment revenues. Recall?
I remember that, Bob, I refer that to you. The $108,000 was for accrued interest. I'm using old documents now. They can run an equation to the current documents where the numbers came from.
The money that you are now under the restructuring, and you're starting up the new debt, and you're comparing it to the existing debt, you're beginning your new debt as of the call date, or July 15th, whereas the old debt is continuous and showing a full 100% payment of the interest as opposed to partial.
But I've had to put the accrued interest into the size of the bond issue when I structure the bond issue. I do structure it from March 1 to, that's actually figured into those two, the number 10,854,000 on each of those issues.
Is it in your debt service when you're doing your debt service comparison for what will be versus?
I don't have, because I put it into the size of the bond issue, it doesn't have to be in that debt service comparison.
Okay, I found a $108,000 the last time that was considered savings, yet we were going to be paying it as a part of covering that period of time through the investment escrow. Can anyone answer if it could be absolutely guaranteed that the money wouldn't be drawn down if we put it into an investment? Or is that?
I think that's pretty much the same
That?
question. And I wanted to comment before that I know that the existence of the fund is not a problem. I think that Mr. Moses' question went beyond that, and I think Mr.
Right.
Scher's question goes beyond that also, and that's guarantees to the board about the sanctity of that fund.
The sanctity of that fund is up to the board. It's, you as a board, as you know, can make decisions to change from what past boards have done. That's, I can't answer.
Not unless it's contracted. You certainly won't want to try and change a teacher's contract.
Well,
I think that's what they're asking. Can it be contracted or stipulated in such a way that future boards do have their hands tied?
I guess I drifted with looking at these savings, but quite frankly, when everyone's talking about making a risk over the $50,000, making a risk over settlement, I tell you what, I'd have more confidence in the Cutler Group making settlement on June 1 than I would in $6 million sitting in this account absolutely guaranteed towards debt service of a bill. You know, as far as I'm concerned, we can say the money's sitting over here and it's paying the debt service. The fact is, it's paying the bills. And we know darn well that, you know, when you've got the subsidies over here, then the bills grow even higher from year to year. I wouldn't trust the money being there 10, 12 years from now. And I wouldn't trust that the drawdown would maintain the schedule of the extended debt. I do know that when we talked about Keenest Road being placed on the market and being sold as opposed to being kept, the issues of not maintaining a property that wasn't going to provide any services for the taxpayers of the school district. When we had to take out a $26 million bond last December, we promised, those of us that were here promised to the community that as soon as this property was sold, we'd draw down the debt. That they did have $6 million coming to help bring down the rapidly inclining debt indebtedness of the district. I know we're sitting here with a technology plan that will be bringing debt up $10 million. Through this step, we can remove $8.6 million worth of outstanding indebtedness. We can guarantee that this community will be reimbursed for the dollars invested in Keenest Road. And quite frankly, I'm not inclined for an extra $18,000 a year possible gain over the investment, willing to drag that debt onto the backs of the taxpayers and hold that liability. So I'm just hoping that there's enough board members here to just follow through and allow this community to receive that money back directly.
Okay. Mr. Scher, first of all, I want to thank you for the memo you sent me this past week and the time you spent explaining it to me. I did share copies of this memo with Dr. Bose, Hassler, and Mrs. Deddy. Also, when is your next Finance Committee meeting?
I have asked Carol to please give me a date because I wanted subsequent to this meeting tonight, I really wanted this committee to meet before the next action meeting.
And I think board members are going to be expecting a recommendation from the committee as to direction. The board can either agree or disagree, but we would like to see from a committee level a recommendation on this.
Well, you know, there was really a lot of hesitation inside to even deal with Keenest Road. They wanted to really deal with the refinancing and then think about Keenest Road when we had a firm settlement. Once it came, I worked to push that we at least bring this into the picture because I didn't like the board's options being ahead of time.
please work
Ms.
arrangement
Claire,
with Mrs.
I've
Steady
asked
for
because we
that
have to
date
advertise. I was
before
hoping
we
for
meet?
this Thursday, but I think it will have to be at least Monday before she can get the advertisement.
Thursday, Monday, before that date would be appreciated, and I know we all want to hear from what the committee would have to say. Mr. Schilling?
Yes, of course, I want to take advantage of the savings. And regarding Keenest Road, real quickly here, I appreciate the other option two, but I'm one who I believe, that we should pay the debt down. When we get the money back in settlement, that it should go to putting the rest, the debt. It's a firm conviction with me. So I really don't have any other questions. All my questions were answered around the table. Thank you very much.
Madam
Okay, very
President, if I can, please. Mrs. Shear, in regards to that date, I would hope that we could get that before we leave here tonight.
Yes, we
Because we
can.
have about a week and 2 days to go.
Well,
Well, I can make a public announcement of that, too.
I
if it
may
can be
have to
done.
reshuffle my
I'll try to
schedule. I'd
get
like to
care.
know, because Monday night we have a JOC meeting.
Oh, so Pat, do you feel comfortable right now that you have a position on this? I know I'd like to have the money placed directly against the debt, call the whole thing off on the refunding, drop $111,000 in issuance costs. And on this one issue, we still need to meet because we have to follow up on budget. But
I don't know if we can do that here. That might have to be done in committee. I mean, I do know what my
2 or 3
position.
members.
Last month, I asked for the third option to pay it off.
I'm just thinking, Mr. Bradbury, if the consensus is there,
I think the answer is yes, right?
to pay off those 2 bonds, correct?
Sure.
Okay, fine, we'll still make...
members have said it.
Madam President, we just also have 3 members of our committee who, at least regarding this bond refinancing, support the direct payout of those 2 bonds.
Okay.
And we will still work
You
with
still,
a date
you
from
still want to
Carol.
meet?
Oh, absolutely.
You still want to go through the
We have a lot
detail?
of
We
work.
did get this report tonight.
Yeah, the last summary sheets we did not see before. I would like,
That's
I
fine.
don't want to take up Mr. Bradbury and the board's time. I'd like a little more
That's fine.
explanation. And one more thing, if I can, I had a question for the solicitor. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what it was. There's been some talk about, we might not go to settlement on June 1st, that they might, not show up, they might back out. I know I'm in receipt of a letter that Mr. Cutler's attorney, Mr. McBride, had sent, and I'm under the impression it is a firm settlement date of June the 1st.
It is a firm settlement date
I
of
think
June
he's
the
an
1st.
honorable man, and he's not going to back out.
We have confirmed that it is a June 1st date.
Okay. He probably won't be there, so he'll send a representative anyway.
I don't think Mr. Cutler has shown up at a settlement.
Yeah, I don't think he has either. I don't think he has either.
Mrs. Mangel, I think just for the record, it should be noted that the Cutler Group has already posted a development sign on the Keenest Road property.
Oh, sure.
And so they're in the process of
There's lots of movement.
advertising for the development of that property. So I think they'll be there.
Yeah.
You got a sign permit?
Can I make can I ask a question with regards to, what I'm hearing is that we will do it, there's another part to this, which was the capital improvement, and I don't know where the board stands on that, so
It's going to be discussed.
Yeah.
Well,
We need that to be part of it, right?
the reason that I asked Mr. Bradbury to do 2 options and they're $100,000 apart is because when I made the request, the bids had not yet been received for the oil tanks, and we were budgeting $400,000. We now have the bids for the oil tanks, and we don't need $400,000, we need $300,000. So I don't see any foreseeable reason that we would bond for the extra $100,000. So we would take the option that's $100,000 less than the other one.
Okay, at this time, I'd like us to take questions from the audience. Mr. Bradbury, if you would take Mrs. Klein's seat. Mrs. Klein, if you could move to the front row, just let him be able to answer those questions. And then the podium is then free for the citizens. Thank you, Mrs. Klein. Okay, Mr. Gordon.
Good evening, H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township.
Gentlemen.
I'll try not, I won't cash in my chits on the safety of the move of the cart. But as much as a homeowner and a person that manages credit cards and has credit cards in their wallet would want to cut down their debt as much as possible, I believe there's been some investigation as to where our debt level stands vis-a-vis other school districts. And I'm not sure if Mrs. Geddes can tell us how we stand percentage-wise. Are we heavily in debt compared to other school districts? Are we much lower in debt? based on our size?
I cannot answer how we compare to other districts. I can answer to how we compare to the maximum allowable by the state or the Commonwealth at this
Okay.
point in time. We are permitted to borrow in the neighborhood of $240 million before we hit what's called the maximum amount borrowable. Depending on which option they choose tonight, we'll be in the neighborhood of $90 million.
93.
Could be 90, yes. It's 93 if you go with option 2. It's,
With the technology one.
no.
I'm sorry, let's knock it off.
Okay, that's a round enough number for me.
Okay, so we're at about a 40% level of what we're allowed to borrow.
Okay. The point I'm making here is that debt, although it's an excellent proposal to pay that down with the Keenest Road properties, what I see here, and I believe these numbers, and I think that with the use of audits, money can be put aside and debt service paid down accordingly, and if funds are used inappropriately, it should raise flags on audits, that if we could invest this $5.9 million and in essence give ourselves cash in pocket over 10 years here, $217,000 in which to pay down future debt, that to me would make best fiscal sense. Let's make money on the money we're about to take in and use that extra cash, that free cash, to pay further debt down, as opposed to lowering debt today and saying, okay, now we've got lower debt, great, but we're still going to have certain debt service. If I understand these numbers right, and certainly this presentation to non-financial people can be very confusing, and I'm sure the public at home is sitting there going, what numbers are they talking about? But $217,000 over 10 years seems like an awful lot of money in our pocket that will help pay down debt. And I would like to see the Keenest Road money used to buy government bonds, which don't cost us to finance them, to get them, and in essence, pay down extra debt by doing so with the Keenest Road money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Yes, ma'am.
Daniel Koski, Tomanson Township. This might speculate, if we start charging Mr. Cutler rent on those signs, maybe he'd be very anxious to be at that settlement on June 1st. I'm really very, very surprised that what I supported 2 years ago and 4 years ago as a, quote, fiscally conservative board is even having this discussion. I can't believe you'd even consider anything other than reducing our debt by the $6 million. I compare our putting this money into a 12-year debt service similar to somebody taking out a mortgage on a house, selling the house, and then saying, well, I can get more money in the market or speculating on stock than paying my mortgage back, so I'll just keep this money for the 20 or 30 years and just keep paying the mortgage. I think that mortgage company would be after that guy in a flash. And I think the taxpayers of this community should come after you if you decide to throw this money into a pot and hope it's still there over 12 years. And I share Mr. Mosey's speculation that it won't be there, that a future board will find some use for it. And let's face it, $200,000 over 12 years in a school district with $115 or $18 million budget like we're looking at for next year, $200,000 is nothing. That's pocket change. And I just hope that you do the right thing by the taxpayers and pare down that debt by $6 million. Unlike the gentleman who just spoke, I find $93 million in debt appalling on this for this community, and I'd hate to see us go to that $240 million level. And I would just find it morally, maybe legally okay, but morally reprehensible for the board to do anything except pay down that debt now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Anybody again? Okay. We'll bring it back, Dr. Bose. Carol, I think we need right now, while folks are here and the cameras are running, I think we need to bang out a date for another finance committee before next week.
We would like, Vicki has suggested Monday, this Monday coming up, if the committee members are available without
I have a
conflicts.
joint operating committee meeting at the VOTEC. I missed last month because of a meeting here. I only missed 2 months in a row.
Believe me, Pat, I'd rather do it Thursday if we
So
could
would
have
I.
gotten the ad out. That was my suggestion for Thursday, but we have to go.
Members around the board, we're looking, we need, well, it's a
How about
committee meeting.
Tuesday?
Well, it's a committee meeting.
Tuesday.
It has to be the
Tuesday's
majority of
after
the committee.
This Thursday and next Tuesday are out for me, but any other time.
Next Thursday is a regular board meeting.
We need to do it, we
No, this
want to
Thursday. This
reconvene
Thursday.
before
This
next
Thursday.
Thursday.
I have to babysit Thursday.
Because he's a 90s kind of guy. Okay, well, we need
What time did
a
you-
consensus of the finance committee,
What
whether
time do you
other
want to
board
get
members are
together
not.
Monday?
A traditional is 6, but I
Monday?
can we do it any sooner?
Can we make
Monday.
it 6 o'clock
This Monday at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Shall we, Pat, I know you have JOC, what time does that begin?
7:30. We'll be out here in an hour and a
I
half.
know it might be tough, but we could advertise for 5:30?
They're slow in the beginning, you get there by 8.
Can you possibly, Frank, get here for 5:30 for this so that we can
All right, I'll make 5:30.
follow up on tonight?
I'll make 5:30.
And I'll leave Pat a little bit more time.
Is there a way to just single the agenda for only this purpose and this purpose only?
It's not just the bond, but it's gonna be budget. Because we have consensus on the payout of those 3.
No, I know, but I thought that the intent was to decide about the capital improvement portion of this.
Capital improvement's gonna be under technologies discussion. We need to respond to the different consensus that's taken tonight regarding the budget. If there's any direction that's given by this board, to follow it through in committee before we meet for our action meeting.
Monday at 5:30.
I'm sorry for the time, but we're
Monday,
trying to get,
5:30?
accommodate Pat. Karen?
Right. Recommend the vote. Okay. Mrs. Betty?
Yes. Here's the dilemma we're in, and I just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
I've got one I need, that's,
This is fine, this will work out, we just want you to know what we
What's
need by
happening?
on May 21st.
The meeting that you are having on Monday,
Right.
it would be you would be coming out with a recommendation from the Finance Committee with regards to refund, or what to, either refund all issues, refund the one, do the capital improvement as well. The reason is, if you're going to take an action, and again, we get into the legal side of it, on May 21st, I would have to ask Mr. Franklin and Pepper Hamilton to get an ad in the paper before your May 21st meeting. And that ad may actually say a larger issue than you were actually going to do on May 21st. If the Finance Committee comes back out and you have determined that you're going to use the $6 million from Keenest Road to retire the 90 and 93 issue, that would leave us the capital improvement and the 93, and the 93 probably becomes, it's marginal, but the 93A issue to be refunded. The reason is, I want to see where interest rates are with regards to doing it, but that would be an $8 million, approximately $8 million issue. The other one, if you decide that you're going to do a debt service fund and refund the issue the other way, it's approximately a $15 million, because that's adding to the $10,985,000, you're adding the $4,725,000. I would like to be able to have Mr. Franklin at least put an ad in that the issue could be a maximum of $15.8 million, but then you at the board adopt the resolution after the Finance Committee makes its recommendation of, let's say, $8 million, whatever you determine it to be, the Finance Committee. That gives it the option so we can actually get it done by May 21st.
Bob, on the refunding, we took a consensus here so that we
we
can
have to
answer
have
that
that solved.
question.
Them is here.
The refunding, we are going to retire the bonds, we're going to pay off the 1990 and the 93 bond. And as far as the other, I have to agree with you that I think everyone did. It really didn't have enough difference in interest, unless you're wrapping it with the technology bond to where we drop those issuance.
In other words, if this evening, I assume you're discussing technology
Yeah.
later this evening, if you determine that you're going to do because I won't be here.
Right. You know what
You're
it's
going to
about.
do the 4,625,000 or 4,725,000, then I will put my numbers down and get it to the Finance Committee to show what the savings is of doing the Series A of 93, along with the technology program, and that would be the size of the issue that we would be doing.
That's fine. Those are the only two under
And that's what I was trying to get as, when I said trying to get
Any
consensus
consensus
tonight.
generated this evening, Mrs. Deddy will leave with that consensus and knowledge of that, and she'll bring it to your attention.
That's
Why are
fine,
we
that's,
meeting as a finance committee then on this?
Then we really don't have to meet.
Well,
That's what I asked. Why is the finance committee getting ready to do that?
No, we really don't have to meet that.
that's
We've given
I'm
direction.
confused. I am so
There's two separate
confused.
issues. Bob doesn't need the finance committee to meet again to make a recommendation on what he
On what
wants. We
he
have to
wants,
finish
but
our
it's-
discussions tonight. We'll
right.
know tonight what
and
we're
then, okay, if you tell me that the technology's going to be X number of dollars, then I know what to bill.
Absolutely.
And what I can then,
One point.
then I can go back and tell Mr. Franklin at Pepper Hamilton, this is the ad that we have to have in the paper.
Can we just tell you what the budget impact is? I know you're making a
Yes, I had asked you
consensus, but there is a budget impact going with option A. There is a budget impact, and I guess I'm hearing we don't need to meet on trying to build a consensus of option 1 versus option 2. We're going to go with option 1. Is that?
Right.
Okay, that's what I understand. If I'm wrong, we're going with option 1, yes? There's a budget impact.
Right.
Okay, there's two issues. One, when we developed the budget back in February, we considered the savings from the triple refinancing to be $660,000.
Right.
I took that $660,000 into consideration in the budget book. So we'd have to make up $58,000 more in the budget to go with option 1.
We have to do it anyway.
No, you would not. Okay. But also, what I wanted to say, that's one issue, that's only 58,000. We need to be protective of the contingency of $50,000 should Keenest Road fail to close for whatever reasons. And we'd be wise to budget that $50,000 as a contingency for reissuing the two bonds that we're planning to pay off in option 1.
Carol, let's not forget, if they're not settling, they're paying for the $25,000 or so on the property.
She's not talking interest.
Yeah, but don't we have time between preliminary budget adoption and final budget adoption? You'll be going to settlement between that time period.
No, Bill's right, though. We have $25,000 worth of interest, so.
But we also have a
If it's delayed, we still get paid.
$25,000 monthly payment that's coming into the district if they don't.
Okay, so we can pick up the 50 in issuance costs if we close in August from the July and August payments. The $25,000 paid to us in July.
Let's not forget if we,
June, July.
June I've already accounted for, that's in this fiscal year.
Okay, so that's July.
Sorry.
there's also interest that will be made, I assume, on this money from the time we actually get settlement to whenever you call it, whether you're calling it July 16th or whatever, we're going to have $6.4 million or $6.3 million sitting in a bank that's generating interest, which is not a part of a budget revenue.
There it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so the 50,000 contingency, I hear you saying is not an issue. We don't need to budget for that. We have alternate ways to fund that should it come to that direction.
Right.
And the only difference is the 58,000 in that I, in February, took 660,000 savings, and here we're looking at a $602,000 savings.
Right.
Okay, no problem.
We have to budget for that.
Yes.
And if I, and the series,
Mr. Gordon wants to, he's always willing to write that check.
and if I do the Series A of 93, that will offset that difference, if that becomes part of it, so.
Part of the refinancing, right?
That's correct. If it warrants it, I want to look at the cost of issuance associated with doing it.
Okay.
Okay?
Series A 93 is not callable this time, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
That
That was
is.
one of our package.
That's small.
That's page 3.
We don't have to meet that. You won't, we don't have, I'm sorry, we have to meet for the budget.
We have to meet for
Okay.
all the budget consultants.
You can just give me a call, Carol can give me a call tomorrow. Let me know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Make sure I understand.
Good job.
what we're
Thank
doing.
you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, cameraman, give me time here. What do you need?
Good time for a break.
It is. going to break now?
North Wales and Fifth Grade
You're the one.
Shouldn't be doing budget. Not yet.
Okay, Steve Schwartz, would you come back in here, please?
Who?
Steve Schwartz. Just want this, the young man that just went out the side door.
You're good.
No, thanks.
One moment, folks. Okay, can we get a close-up of Mr. Schwartz, please, cameraman?
Oh, boy, he looks
Come on over here, Mr. Schwartz. We had a very unusual request, and we try to make everybody happy here. We try very hard. This young man wanted to be an honorary board member before he graduated from high school. So I would like to extend an opportunity for this young man at the next action meeting, where is he? Next week, to come. We're going to have a chair here, and you're going to sit between Dr. Bose and myself, and we're going to make your wish come true.
All right.
Absolutely, and Mr. Schwartz, I expect you to wear a tie. The meeting is, what, 7:30 sure?
Oh, and it's a
Okay.
budget meeting, too.
It's a budget meeting.
And he'll have to stay for the
He can be
whole thing.
Mr. Schwartz, how old are you? 18, so I don't need a permission slip from your parents? You're an adult? Okay. Be here for Mr. Schwartz. Okay, K through 12 curriculum, Dr. Bose.
Do you expect Steve to take a position on the refinancing?
Absolutely, he's an adult, he can take a beating like the rest
So
of us.
he'll have some homework for this.
Yes, he
Like other
will.
board members.
Yes, he will.
He may be the deciding vote.
Or he could make a tie.
Tying vote.
That's good. Dr. Hassler, I beg your forgiveness for my faux pas, and I know we both learned a lot about refinancing, so your time well spent. Now, you're going to talk about the summer library program proposal, administrative staff, summer additional days, and the senior class trip, all educational matters related to curriculum and instruction and learning opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bose. I'll begin with the summer library program. Since 1984, the district has run a very successful summer library program, and we again propose to open the libraries at Inglewood, Montgomery, and Nash elementary schools one morning each week during the summer from 9 to 11:30 a.m. for an 8-week period, beginning June 22nd through August 13th, and also propose to open the Gwynn-Nor Library one evening each week between 6 and 9 p.m. The estimated cost of the program is $5,300. The cost is made up of salaries for a librarian and a secretary. In addition to those 2 staff members, we also have a number of parents who volunteer their time. The evaluation of the program has indicated a recommendation to make sure that we replenish those libraries because of the extensive use in the summertime, and we are doing that through one of our grants. The program has grown over the years. Last year we had total patrons of about 5,200 with circulation of about 15,000 books. So it's been very successful. This in, I think, combination with a recommendation that's in the budget to extend hours during the school year at the middle school library affords more time for students to get into the library. So we would like to bring this forth at the next action meeting.
Okay, Dr. Bose, if you could do, all right, let's take questions after each one. We're going to have to, because they're not even close. Okay, so this library program is for elementary, and this is not to be confused with the request for funding for $9,200 on the extended library hours at the middle school.
Correct, this is summer.
All righty, board questions to the right, Mr. Schilling.
Any questions?
Bob, is this a reduction in schools?
No,
Does it
it's
seem-
the same. Same.
Okay. I
In
thought
fact,
we
we've
had
been
another
looking
one
at the
open.
possibility of adding, but felt this wasn't the year to add.
Throw it all in. All right, thanks. That's okay, I just thought we actually had dropped one of the schools,
No.
a little less hours. Okay, thanks.
You added the middle school, so I thought that was the change.
Well, the middle schools would be, that, what I referred to was what you did in the
Okay.
budget, during the
Okay.
school year, that is, though.
Okay, but any expansion was considered at the middle school level, not the elementary level.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Hill?
Well, one comment I have is my grandkids use the Montgomery School during the summer, and I better not vote against it. And none of you better.
Yeah, you'll be doing daycare all summer.
No other comment.
Mr. Shapinsky?
No comments at all.
Mr. O'Donnell? Mr. Allen?
Nothing.
Mrs. Krieger?
Only that it would be my recommendation that we move it to the action meeting.
Mr. Mosey?
No stuff.
Questions from the audience? Okay. Yes.
Jane Yolkowski, 10 Munson Township. I guess it's been 5 or 6 years now that I've been pleading with the school board to open all the elementary libraries and not just 4 of them in the summer. And so far, the best I've been able to do is get it moved from 3 schools to 4. I could see an argument against the schools in Lansdale because there is a Lansdale Public Library, of course, and the North Wales Library is in the North Wales School. But other than those 4 buildings, I would love to see the other 9 open instead of just 4 of them. And even if we opened all 13, it would cost an additional a little under $12,000. I just did the math compared to the figure there based on $1,200 or so per school. And I don't think it would be too hard for us to find another $12,000 somewhere. If we eliminate the Mercedes in the superintendent's contract at $500 a month, we'd have half of it right there. And I think these libraries are a little more important than a $500 a month car allowance. But that's, of course, just my personal opinion. And I very much would wholeheartedly support opening the middle schools and the high school. I think all these libraries really should be open in the summer. We should do everything we can to encourage these students to read over those 3 months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have to make a correction that our superintendent does not drive a Mercedes. We affectionately refer to his car as a Studebaker, which Dr. Hassler will inherit in August, but
Scratches and all.
Scratches and all.
well, if it's an untruth, I have to correct it. The superintendent does not drive a Mercedes.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
can I straighten out something else? Mrs. Elkowski asked if there were some considerations why we don't open some of the other schools. Art, was one of the considerations, I remember when we raised this once before, was the air conditioning or something else?
Yeah, those schools where we don't have air conditioning in the IMC, it would not be practical to open.
Okay. I remember there was another consideration, that's what I thought it was.
And the other problem we have in some of our buildings, you have to run the air conditioning in the entire building, just air conditioning IMC.
Yeah, I agree, right. Okay, Mr. Ridgely.
Jerry Vigiletti, Hatfield Township. I too am requesting more schools be open for this. According to your figures, I think if you charged everyone last year $1 each time, it would have cost the district about $100 to do this. It was 5,200 people and it cost $5,300. Isn't that what you said?
Well, it was 5,200 total patrons, that means.
No, if you charged whoever it was $1 each time, then that would almost pay for it, right? I'd pay $1 each time to come to the library. I'm just saying because I have to come, I can only come the night if I can make it the night, and I have to go all the way to the other side of the district, which is not a big deal for my kid. But, you know, for that cost at $1 a patron, I don't think that's a big deal to open some more schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, please? Yes, Mrs. Penman.
Bobby Penniman, Lansdale Borough. I too support opening more schools during the summer for reading. And last year my daughter was at Inglewood, and I don't believe that library was air conditioned last year. I remember going in there and all the lights would be off, and it was very, very warm. There were a couple of fans trying to move the air around, and the parents were gasping, but the children were enjoying it, and I think the volume of books that were moving in and out of that library was significant. Now, this year, I'm unfortunately not able to go during the day, and with 3 of the schools only being open in the day, I'm really pleased that we have at least one building that's going to be open in the evening, which is when a lot of working parents would be able to take their children to the library. I wish that there were more buildings that would be open in the evening, and also I wish that there was a way to extend the program in the summer past August, was it 13th? Because a lot of the child care facilities in this district stop providing services at the end of August, towards the end of August, and leave parents with very little support for the last 2 weeks. And just having that library available to go to during that time period when there are limited other facilities would be very helpful. So perhaps we could consider...
You mean to drop the kids off at the library?
No. It's just something to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Daycare.
No, not at all daycare. And I'm certainly not proposing that the libraries be open for extended periods of time. Just the 2 or 3 hours that they are open gives the children an opportunity to come in, grab 10 books, and have something to do the rest of the week. Thank you. I think it's a marvelous program, and we've used it a lot, and we really like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Okay, folks, is there enough consensus here to move this to next week?
Yes.
Around?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Administrative Support Summer 98, Dr. Haskell.
Actually, what I'd like to do is preface any remarks by saying that the administration recommends that we not move this to the action agenda next week. A number of questions were raised at the curriculum meeting last week regarding how we determine the per diems for these different positions, and Mrs. Betty and Dr. Miller and myself would like to go back and work and review those and have ample time to bring that forward to you in June. That still provides us time to gain approval before any of these positions would take place in the summertime, and also allow us to take a careful look at how we go about determining the per diem. So our recommendation is to not move it ahead next week.
Will you be bringing this back through committee again?
Yes.
Or will you bring it back to the board again?
We'll take it back through committee and then back to the work session in June and then to the board.
Okay, so you want to pass through,
Yes.
pass by this?
Unless there are any questions or things you would like to know that we look at in the meantime.
Is this just item number 1 or everything?
All 3.
Okay, just a comment.
Because they're all 3 under this area are tied to per diems in a sense.
You mean?
Summer work for assistant principals, summer school, and also the request for the science supervisor.
Just on item number 2, I'd just like you to consider the employer cost to be reimbursed also. I'd like to know what, on item number 2, it talked about $5,000. There's no cost to the district, but are there any employer costs that we would be absorbing? Rhetorical, no answer. And also, I think I talked about item number 3 to be normal pay, not whatever this number here. I talked about that, okay? That's all. Thank you.
Sure.
Just one more thing, if I can, too, Dr. Hassler. The stipend for the advanced credit summer program pending student enrollment. If you could just give us some kind of idea what your cutoff point is, in other words, how many students you need for, I think I asked this before, how many you would need for a particular subject or course before, whether we keep it or drop it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Hassler, number 1, under summer work. You have there 63 days, and you have a total cost, but I'd like to see that broken out further as to each pay on each one. We're wrapping the payment around days as opposed to persons per diems, et cetera.
And we'll actually be better able to do that in June, closer to that time. We'll have a better idea of who will be working and what each assignment will be.
Okay, very good. Nothing in here about psychologists, counselors, whatever? I mean, are there psychologists? No screenings?
Can I address that?
Yes, sir.
We have spoken about that. I have spoken with Lou Rusluck about that. Now, which brings me to a point. We do this every year. as you'll remember, and those that have been here. And the question that I have is, why do we do it? Why do we get so hung up on how many days and who's doing what, instead of going to the total cost, the total approximated cost, which is a budget item. We have it for psychologists and the counselors and all the people that take care of the move-ins and the children that have to get tested during the summer. We know we have a budgeted amount. Personally, I don't care which psychologists are called in, or which counselors, or which assistant principals are called in to do the work through the summer, as long as we stay within the budget amount. What we have to do is, after the summer, ratify the payments to those individuals within the budget number. Why do we have to waste a lot of our time worrying about exactly how many days, exactly how many students? We're really never going to know until the summer program is over. We have a budget number. We have a procedure. So many children, so many hours. Why don't we just ratify it after the summer within the budget amount?
I guess for me personally, Bill, I guess it's because we're not approving a program, we're approving people payroll.
Right.
And we've always approved payroll, and the other thing too.
But we're really
we
not,
have
Donna.
here a school and we have hours.
Yeah.
Don't think there isn't competition among some of these principals, some of these psychologists and whatever, for some of this summer work. And there are things that are known at a personnel level that might not be known to the full board about those that would want these positions are overlooked. This one seems to be favored. The teachers aren't the only people with grievances.
Is that
So
our
there's-
job? Do we determine who gets these jobs? We don't vote on which people come
No,
into
but if
work.
we learn of unfairness, it is our position and our jobs to set policy that there is no unfairness. That there is fair, that's exactly what we're doing with the secretaries
But
group.
we won't do that in June. We won't decide who's coming in. We won't know names and hours for each individual.
Yeah, but
Call it our committee.
Yeah, but we're not doing that tonight.
We won't do it in June either.
We'll have a better idea. There still will be some flexibility within that.
It's never a firm issue, is my point, in June.
It'll be more firm in
It's-
June than it is today.
But I don't think it's gonna change what we do. We're still gonna authorize a total cost of $21,000 to get the summer program done.
Okay, well, folks,
Let's let the program get done. Let the administrative people do what they do. Run the school district. Let them decide who comes in, and if there's a grievance, it goes to those people, not to us.
Let me ask,
I'm not gonna entertain a grievance from somebody that says, I didn't get enough hours this summer. That's not my job. I'll say, go see Dr. Bose.
Can I get some clarification? Bill?
Bill's question was a legal question, actually a committee, he wondered, did we legally have to? And I wondered, because we have a set payroll, these are employees who are being paid beyond the level that we approve when we approve salary schedules. In other words, they're approved as a 10-month employee at X number of dollars. And quite frankly, all of these are extending their employment with the district. So the question would be, really, would the district and the administration, independent of the board, be able to extend basically the payroll assigned to these individuals without us at least authorizing that?
It's a matter of internal control that Vicki is referring to. If we have $21,000 as the timesheets come into payroll, we need to know if everybody turns in $8,000 and it comes to $28,000, we have no control because they've
Over
already
who was
worked the
supposed to get it.
time.
Right.
So it's like a Deloitte and Touche recommendation, you have to have the internal control where the board identifies the amount to be dispersed through payroll, and then our role is to
Right.
monitor.
Well, you gotta pay people.
And what we have here is a number of $21,000 for that budget
But
item.
if all of us were entitled to the 21,000, and he submitted
Well,
21,000,
that's your
and I
people's
submitted
job
21,000.
to schedule that it doesn't happen.
Well, that's what we're asking.
Well, my question was, Michael,
And we don't
if he
schedule it.
could say,
We don't
would you
schedule.
could they extend payroll?
You have to.
We have to approve payroll by name and approval of their dollars. Thank you.
Right. And we do it after the fact because we don't know how much they're getting until they've done the job.
But Dr. Hassler said he can bring something forward
I can
which
be-
will give us a better idea.
I can give you a better
Because right
idea.
now, it's an open
It
check.
won't be totally firm. For
Right.
example, at Penndale, you have 2 assistant principals. One does more of the scheduling. If one needs more time to complete the scheduling, we would shift some hours to
Well,
that
let me ask you
person.
this.
we approved our
Last
assignment.
year, we budgeted $20,500 for this, I think, 551 or something like that. You're asking for 21. Did we go over budget last year?
No.
Okay.
No, principals assign the days, and then they report to me that these are the assignments, and I
All
make
right.
sure they stay within the 63 days.
So it's a matter, I think Mrs. Mangel's request isn't unreasonable. I think, I know you're not going to be able to dot all the i's and cross all the t's, but if you can bring forth a
Better idea.
a better idea, it'll give us a little better comfort level.
Okay, any comments from the community? Okay, thank you. Moving on, Dr. Hassler. Senior class trip.
Third item, as Dr. Bose referred to, is approval for the administration to begin the registration for the senior trip, which is scheduled for New York Harbor area aboard the Spirit of New York. The students will tour the harbor and the Statue of Liberty, and I think it's about as much as I have to report on.
They also have dinner on the Spirit
Oh, yes.
of New York.
Dance,
There's a
dinner.
dance and they're not actually getting off of the boat to tour the Statue of Liberty. They go by the Statue of Liberty on the Spirit of New York.
And let me remind you of my opening prologue remarks, that because of the timing and the late arrival of the proposal, we need to know with some confidence that you will positively approve this when it's recommended on the 21st, so that beginning tomorrow, the high school administration can begin to make known to the kids, this is a trip, so they can talk to their families, come up with their $55 per kid. Know that they have the 60% to schedule the tour and the bus trip and all that sort of thing.
Okay.
So we simply need to know you're likely to approve this, so they have the green light to begin to advertise it.
And there's no cost to the district for
Right,
this.
that's correct.
Yeah, Mike had
It's been done in the past also.
John?
Is it just coming before us because we have to approve all class trips? Is that what it is?
There's something in our regs about the board approving it and getting 60% participation in order to make it a go.
I just have a couple questions. This is a Monday. This trip is a Monday, and I can't recall, Dr. Hassler, is that a scheduled off day?
You're into 1999? You've got a 1999 calendar with you?
98.
98.
October 5th, 1998.
That's a
Oh, I'm sorry.
Monday.
Oh, 90.
It's a Monday, and it says down at the bottom, no substitute days will be required. Am I to assume that the chaperones who are going on this trip are not teachers?
It's a combination of teachers and
Combination.
parents.
So
30 to 40
if there are
chaperones.
teachers on this trip,
You would
am I
have,
to assume that
They would-
they're all
they would be-
teachers that are teaching these seniors?
They would be teachers that have a senior load.
Okay.
I mean, teachers that taught seniors and juniors couldn't go because there'd have to be a sub for the juniors.
Okay, but if there is 40% of the senior class that opts not to go, how would they spend their day? So
That's why it's
there is
so
a
popular.
chance that there would be some seniors in class that day that would have to
Some of
go,
the teachers might-
that would have to have a substitute for the day.
No, it would still be without substitutes. The teachers who have senior classes who wouldn't go because the percentage not being that great would absorb the students of the teachers who did go.
That's
So
why
that's-
senior,
They
junior
would go to
teachers
somebody
don't go.
else's class for the
we'll
day.
arrange a
That's what
different
junior
schedule.
teachers.
That's what that means. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hassler, the only thing I want to say is that in the event there is an actual legitimate bona fide unusual hardship case in regards to that senior class trip, I want it brought to my personal attention.
okay.
Anything else? Any questions from the audience? Okay. It's on the agenda for next week?
Yes.
Thank you.
All righty, Dr. Bose.
We're now at the policy section. These are policies that have been developed with the advice of council and the participation of council in terms of revisions or improvements. These policies have also been to the board's policy committee and have had some public participation through that committee in terms of more development, and are now ready for the board to discuss here for the same purposes that are usual, improvement or revision or amendment. And I think the policy committee chairman, Mr. Sherpinski, may have more remarks of an introductory nature if he wishes to. He usually does.
Yeah, there hasn't been any changes to the employment procedures, posting of open positions and transfers since the last time we talked about it. Dr. Miller, in cooperation with our legal counsel, has developed the changes to the attached policy 4152.3, which is child rearing leave. And the next policy we wish to discuss is the 2465 information request. That's really it.
Okay. Board questions left?
Just recommendation, we bring them before we have a second reading.
Any questions around?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The child rear leave policy.
Actually, he does.
Yeah, I do.
Actually, he does.
I do. Is this any more lenient than the Family Medical Leave Act?
Dr. Miller, you want to field all these?
We have a policy and a benefit in our district and have had for many years of allowing our employees to have up to a year for child rearing leave. For teachers, that's 10 months. It's their school year. The Family and Medical Leave Act allows for 12 weeks for various kinds of leaves, mostly for taking care of a sick child, a sick relative, or serious illness or whatever. So we are and always have been in the area of child rearing more liberal. But we'll go ahead.
No, go finish.
I am.
Oh. Well, then I will say something. The thing that bothers me about that is the effect it has on the students, especially elementary students. In that I would hate to see a substitute teacher start in September and have another employee, and have the permanent employee come back just for the last report card period.
I understand that, but that does
And I know we have
happen.
something in here about
Marking periods.
come back on marking periods, but somehow that doesn't seem fair to the kids. And if anybody has any discussion about it, I'd like to hear it, but convince me why that's good for kids to allow that to happen.
What would you recommend, Paul?
Stay within the boundaries of the federal law.
This does, actually. This policy does. I think that Judy should touch on why this was updated. Child rearing is now considered a disability.
Child rearing maternity is considered a disability. Child rearing is not a disability. Child rearing is an unpaid leave that we provide for our staff. There have been many, many cases over the last number of years where women who have needed to have a leave had been discriminated against in the various workplaces, all different kinds of workplaces. And so in order for maternity to be recognized as a legitimate disability, it has been termed that way by the courts, and therefore we had to bring our child rearing policy into compliance with that. It used to read child rearing maternity leaves, and we had to change that. And that's why if you read through it, if you look at the original policy, the only real changes that have been made are really in language. They don't change the intent of this particular policy or the procedure of the policy.
That's fine, but I never agreed with the original policy.
I understand.
Therefore, I still have my issue. There should be something in there that protects the children
In other words,
from having an interruption in their school year because someone decides to come back to work. We should, I mean, at their whim, I guess I would say.
Well, it's not so much a whim, Mr. Allen, as it is what their right is, what their benefit is, what we are providing for them.
So you're telling me this is
What we try to
This
do...
is not expanding on federal requirements?
You asked me if this is more generous than family and medical leave. Prior to family and medical leave ever coming into existence, our school district provided up to a year of child-rearing leave if a person chose to take it. And most of the teachers who take child-rearing leaves in our district usually will take 9 weeks, which is 1 marking period, or 2 marking periods. We have some that do take a full year, as you know, because we always put them on the agenda.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want somebody leaving in February of this year and coming back next February. I don't think that's fair to the children.
We do the best that we can to provide appropriate subs, Mr. Allen, and I believe this is a benefit that is owed to them, and therefore we can't change that benefit.
Going to be tailored to marking periods?
It already is.
It is.
Completely?
It is.
It is. It is for those teachers that have classes that have classrooms. For those teachers that teach specials or those teachers who teach special education, we like to get them back with the kids as soon as possible.
Mrs. Miller, just so I understand what you're saying, are we required by law to do this, or is this a perk that we're offering the teachers?
We are required by law to offer what is offered under the family and medical leave, which is
Right.
12 weeks to 3 months, but that did not come into existence until after we had already been providing for many years a benefit to our employees to take as much as a year for child-rearing
I
leave.
understand that, but my question is
The law
this
does
something
not
that's
say
in the
we have to do
contract? Is this something that we are just giving as a district, or is it something we're required by law to give?
We are not required by law. We do have a contractual obligation, however, and I will get the language
It is in the
back to you.
contract then?
Mr. Mosey, I don't have the contract in front
No,
of
I
me,
don't
so I
either.
don't want to say anything
Yeah.
to you that's going to be incorrect.
I
can only tell you that this benefit has been in our district for many years.
Well, I'm just concerned because that,
I don't have it in front of me, Doctor.
when my son went to public school, that did happen to him, and I know as parents, it was a bit disruptive. He started the year, and I can appreciate Bill's concern, started the year with a teacher and got very close to her, and then after this Christmas break, the other teacher came back, who was very good, but he had a little period of adjustment there. And I just want to be clear that if this is something that we're required by contract, or it's something that we've given out of benevolence, then maybe that ought to be addressed, rather than, if we have to do it according to law, that's fine. But I appreciate Bill's concern.
What would help me with it is if there was something that said you couldn't come back just for the last marking period.
We can't do that, Mr.
That would be
Allen.
discrimination.
We can't discriminate, we can't say on the one hand, people are entitled to have the year of child-rearing, and then if that year happens to fall out at the beginning of the last marking period, say, I'm sorry, but you can't do that.
It just seems like the students are losing rights. The childbearing mom has rights and her child has rights, but the child in the classroom doesn't have rights. I also, the word disabled replaced what word there?
Maternity. Disability is what you're thinking of.
What'd I say?
Disabled.
Okay, it's disability replaced maternity.
Yes.
I just wanted on the record that I resent that, I hate that. I have never been disabled in 6 cesareans. I have never been disabled. I have never been out more than 4 days. I've gone back to work for a combination because I want to and because I had to. I didn't have these kind of benefits, and for women that do, that's great. But I would resent, with or without benefits, being referred to as disabled because I had a child.
I understand.
And I wouldn't want those benefits. If to get them, I had to be labeled disabled. I was in a state of maternity. I was never disabled. So I think the political correctness sometimes is nauseating, it is putrid, and I just had to say that.
Can I make a request? I would ask that the policy committee discuss the issue again, and
It's on the agenda again for discussion, that's why we were talking about it tonight.
and I will follow the lead of the policy committee.
You want to kick it back to us, Bill?
I would just like it discussed again and have another airing
With your concern.
with my concern, and if you bring it to us again as is, I will support it.
Okay.
I won't. I'm not approving disabled policy.
Well, I'm not
I
going to
just
fight
wanna
over
make sure-
disabled.
I just want to make sure that I understand. The federal government requires us to provide how much leave?
12 weeks.
12 weeks, family and medical leave.
That's the minimum.
That's what they require, period, and in order to be able to hold a job.
But the district allows for up to a year.
10 months for,
10 months
yes,
for a
10
child.
months for a teacher.
Okay.
Yes.
I've read the contract a lot. Mr. Jordan's in the back of the room. I'm sure he could clarify that for us. I don't recall seeing that that we're contractually bound to a year.
Mrs. Krieger, we'll get that from law firm.
Okay.
We will double check that.
Okay, I agree with Bill. Okay. Is it possible that the district can reassign returning teachers?
We have done that, Mrs. Krieger. We have done everything we can in the past to usually send a teacher back to the particular classroom or school where she has been, or he, for that matter, because child rearing can be for male as well. However, we have also had situations where we've been able to reassign someone where another teacher was going out so that we didn't have to disrupt two classrooms, and we try to do that wherever we can.
Because I think that we've seen quite a bit of recommendations for long-term subs come through since I've been here. And I think that that might be something that the policy committee might want to also discuss. Number one, about limiting.
Well, I can see the disruption of class relationships and all. I got to be honest with you, that was never even a concern when this policy was updated. That wasn't an issue until tonight. So.
Well, I'll tell you
But it's a goodie. It's a winner.
No, I think Don would remember a couple years back, we had a situation where it seemed like it was erupting all over. We had it at Inglewood, we had it at North Wales.
Yeah, but a couple
They
of
were
years back,
upset
we
2
weren't
weeks.
winning the war, so we'll check it.
They were upset within the last 3 weeks of report cards.
I'll talk to you about it because I really like to get some input on what you think we should do.
Mr. Shapinsky, as chair, should we pull this from this agenda tonight?
No.
Keep it on there as a reading? Okay.
Okay. One other thing, though, it does say here that for first reading and adoption, our policy is for 2 full readings.
Full reading.
Before the, so this isn't, none of these are really coming forward because they haven't been officially read
Not till
first, right?
next month.
Right.
Okay.
Next weekend.
Okay. Any other questions on these matters around?
Is this information request on for tonight? Is this a part of the discussion now, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I repeat what I said, I have concerns about whether or not we're gonna increase our costs through the over-administration for more formality that may override the 25%, 20-cent charge, you know, it's just, that sort of thing, you think it costs as much to administrate over the collection of a quarter as it does $10 in your bookkeeping and all the rest, let alone if we end up playing tag by post office. I hear they're raising their rates too, so that might even
$10, okay.
affect us more than the informality that we had before. I'd only ask that if you go forward with this, you also give consideration of, in between now and when it's done, taking in more input from Christine Lebrowski. Now that she's here, she may be the solution to some of the problems we faced
Yeah,
over the last few
and as a matter of
months.
fact, we've already taken that initiative, and we've had further discussion on the charge and how to charge, who to charge, when to charge. All these questions have come up because people have requested that any documents given out at meetings be obviously free, and that until that supply is diminished, they should be free, and then the question, comes back to again, what was the original charge's intent?
You just might want to give it, I'm just saying, instead of moving it forward full steam ahead, rather than putting something in that we may end up turning around and undoing, giving her a little bit of time in the office, giving the community time to learn that that's where inquiries should be made, and see if that brings some resolution to the problems without having this commitment at this point.
Wait, let me make sure we straighten this out. Understand that we have directed the Community Relations Department to develop a form so people know what to apply on and how what the request entails. Also the rules so that they understand the guidelines so they can make it easier for people to get information from us. The other question, and Mr. Mosey and Mr. Hill both raised it with us at the last meeting, that, the charge, we're debating whether we should track requests to see what it is, and if it's cost prohibitive, for what we're doing, or is it too much, like you said, an administrative problem? We haven't got that far. We don't know what it's going to be like yet, but we have some experience in the past how it has been and what kind of workload we're talking about. Some of these requests are very simple. Some of these things are nothing but photocopies of agendas from 6 months ago. Some of them are details going back 10 years, and it takes us 5 hours and 4 people to go find it.
Well, a quarter's not gonna pay you back for that anyway.
Exactly. So the
fact
question
is-
really becomes, we're sitting here trying to figure out a way to handle so that the public knows how to get information from this district, make it easier for us, and make sure that our people know how they're supposed to handle it. That's what the additional policy was about.
And Vicki, we've discussed it among ourselves. Like we said, we're going to monitor it, and there's nothing that says we can't bring this policy back in 3 or 4 months and change it.
Just concerns, Pat, I've seen them implemented times, different times in
I
the past,
agree.
and then they ended up trashing it because it actually caused so many complications,
Well,
discrimination.
maybe that'll be one of the
and-
recommendations Christine makes to us, but everything will be funneled through. We want all inquiries funneled through community relations.
I think it's important, as long as we're judging and we're charging according to what's being requested, not who's requesting.
Well, it's like I said, the committee
data.
meeting, one of our biggest
That's been a
fears,
tough one.
one of our biggest fears is, and Mrs. Miller was at the meeting and she concurred, it could be the worst case scenario, but if we had, say, a new individual working in personnel, and some citizen came in and asked for some information, that person not being familiar could make copies, disseminate, give that information to a person, and we find out that it was of a confidential nature and should. Now, I know what you're saying.
Then you administrate over your administration
I
out
know
of the
that, but
general
what I'm
public.
saying is, our
community.
hope
That's
is that
the
we
word,
can
but-
channel all the requests through one department.
Oh, absolutely.
And have someone screen them so that that won't happen.
It'll absolutely.
That's all right,
It
I
will be
just-
easier.
I just
Everybody will
felt
know
we
they
were
come in that front door where they have to go for
And
information.
then I don't have administrators saying, can we charge $2 for this
Right,
request? Can I charge $5 for this request?
I think they're gonna be
mean,
calling Michael's office to see whether or not.
Michael did.
Look, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for the
Right.
public to get information from this district. This is the only way I can do it, is to set up guidelines.
Well, I think you could centralize it through community relations and maybe make it less complicated for yourselves, because I can see a lot of people
Folks, let's
getting
bring this
confused
around.
with it, but that's
Please.
fine.
Okay.
I think it should go to second read.
Okay, second readings, and I'd like to give a thank you to the Secretaries Group. Many of you are here this evening. The posting of open positions and transfers was a practice around here that needed tweaking with a policy. And it was the meetings that we have had with that group that put our feet to the fire, and there's many of you here. I thank you for your participation in that, and also take that back to your colleagues. Okay.
So we're putting posting of positions and information requests on the action meeting, and childbearing leave is going back to committee.
For any possible changes
Any
before
possible
next week,
changes.
right.
All
We
right.
can handle that.
Before next week.
So they either bring it forward
You're
with
going to bring it
changes or
forward
without.
without changes, you're right.
Okay.
If they change it, then it's just the first reading.
Okay.
If there's no changes,
All right.
well, it's still the first reading.
Right, still the first reading forward.
Today's not a reading, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Okay, in-ground fuel tanks are,
Make it quick.
we love in-ground fuel tanks.
How many more do we have?
This is the end.
You're sure.
When we complete these, they have all been changed,
How many of them did you change in your career, Art?
all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, but Don, I think we've seen all of them.
He's been around here long enough, we can blame you for putting them there, you know?
The point that I make is, in my green sheet, we have talked openly about the fact that the budget has not been adopted, and therefore, depending whether this is out of the budget or out of the bond, but my real problem is, it's such a disruptive process. If we don't award it in May, I just want you to know that we can't be completed for the opening of school. If we wait to award in June, we will not make the completion time. And that has real impact at Hatfield, Nash, and North Wales. In light of the fact that the tanks are in the receiving area,
It's a mess.
it's a mess.
It's a mess and it's dangerous.
So, I mean, if the project's gonna move ahead, it should be voted upon on the 21st.
I would just
Okay.
like to say, if I can, as
Sure.
the chairman of the facilities committee, we discussed this at our committee meeting. And there will be another item that we asked to be brought to the action meeting next week, that being the final change order that'll be on the agenda. Okay, at that meeting, I knew you'd be happy.
Is that change order up or down?
Here's the situation. It's going to be, Mr. Wood had originally earmarked $700,000 in contingency for change orders when the Pendale project started.
Okay.
This change order will bring the total charges up, change orders up to about 191,000. Let's say 200,000 for the sake of argument. At our committee meeting, I was under the impression that that $500,000 was not used in contingency. It would go back into the bond fund. And it was going to be my recommendation, not only as facility chairman, but as also a member of the finance committee, that we pay for this $292,000 out of the money that's left from that $500,000 that was in contingency. I understand now that that's not the case, that we don't have that $500,000. Where did it go?
You're getting, what happened was, and you'll have a green sheet on Friday in your packet, that clearly states that when we received 1.6, and Carol can help me with this, 1.6 million from the 96 bond issue to supplement the 92 bond issue, we reestablished the contingency. And that in that contingency, there was $75,000 for this last change order, which is going to be 71, I don't know what the number is, eight something, but there is a revised green sheet coming out on Friday. Yeah. So there is not, that funding is not available.
So we don't have $500,000?
That's correct.
Where did it go?
Well, it was used in the overall project. And the project, if you recall, was over budget only because the building was within budget, but our site work, which we did a year or two prior to doing the building renovation, was more extensive than we had anticipated.
So now we have to allow for another $292,000 in this budget.
That's correct.
What's another bill?
292 in this budget.
Not, I mean, 292,000.
I just heard her say 200. Somebody said
No,
$200,000.
we have $292,000. There's 97 for Hatfield, 99 for Nash, 96 for North Wales. You know, roughly, it's going to go up to $292,000. So where we thought we had money, we don't. And now we're going to have to put another $300,000 in the budget. Am I correct?
Yes and no. We've always anticipated the need for putting money for the oil tanks in next year's budget. That was $400,000 as we talked since February, and it's now gone down to rounding off $300,000. That $300,000 cost has been wrapped in with the technology cost for issuing bonds. So it's already in our proposal, particularly the proposal that Bob was presenting tonight. It's part of the new bonding for 1998. So the money will be available in 1998. What Art is saying, it's a matter of timing. He needs to get the project started. We don't have the funding authorized yet, but we will have the funding authorized once the budget is adopted preliminarily and then more appropriately in June. We would have to pay the bills after June 30th for this project.
I got you. Any other questions this side?
I just, Art,
Yes.
the other fuel tanks that we've replaced,
Yes, ma'am.
have they all been paid through bond funding?
They have all been paid through bond funding.
Okay, Mr. Allen?
No.
Around, gentlemen? Mrs. Sharp?
Just to your point, Mrs. Krieger, they basically are certified for a 20-year life.
Right.
I guess I just want to ask, with all the disruption that's occurring, I noticed Nash is one of these. Was there consideration that perhaps the summer library should maybe perhaps move to another school? I've also heard
No, if you're...
Hatfield request that we ever open one in their
If you're
township.
standing in front of Nash Elementary, there will be activity with community ed in the modulars, which would be to the far right. The entrance to the library would be the main entrance.
I know the difference in the...
As you're coming in the driveway, turn right where the kitchen area is, that's where the two tanks are. We're taking out two, putting one in. We took all that into consideration as far as being disruptive to summer programs. And of course, one of the reasons that we want to use modulars after you go beyond Pembroke and Penfield, we have our most modulars at Nash, and we've learned that they're the least expensive to run with climate control for the summer, because we have individual meters and electric services on it.
Are there any other activities that are going on there?
Yes,
Special ed programs?
TYA will be there, I believe, and I'd have to review with community services. We also have an arts program there, a fine arts program. It's very busy on the far side of the building.
Yeah, okay, I just wondered because of the activity going on with that, you said throughout the
We
summer,
can
in order to
card-
get it done.
We can cordon off that driveway with barricades and limit our parking. We have plenty of parking toward Bustard Road, as you know, plus the spaces across the front.
Thank you.
Mr. Schilling? Okay. Direction. Folks, we have direction here on the agenda next week?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Dr. Bose. Yes. I'm sorry, nor did I on the fuel tanks. We'll do both. Audience of citizens? Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Metro.
Thank you.
Jane Yolkowski, 10 Munson Township. I was at the committee meeting when the information policy was discussed, and frankly, I was confused then, and I'm still confused now. But overall, I'm very appalled at the board's going in this direction and having such a formal policy. I think it will very much put the public off asking for things. To me, the whole purpose of our Community Relations Department, and until Mr. Weir and Mrs. Tatum left a few months ago, we had quite an entourage there with numerous secretaries, and we were spending a huge amount on that, and I, support paring that down somewhat, but I still think the whole purpose of that department is to provide information to parents and to the general public, including, of course, the taxpayers of the district. I can appreciate that if somebody came in with a very extensive, unusual request, such as the last 30 years' budgets or something, that, there might be some hesitation in Xeroxing a few million pages. But I think most people ask for timely things that are readily available, often reports that are at hand or are mentioned at these meetings. And I just don't think we should be charging the public for what, after all, is the public business and what, in one way or another, as taxpayers, they're paying for. Perhaps if requests came from people living outside the district, it might be a little different. But I'm just appalled that we're going this route. I think the intent is to make people less willing to ask for information, not so much for the 25-cent charge, but simply to have to go through the formality of writing a letter, waiting 5 days, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think anybody expects something immediately unless it is, like last night's meeting agenda or something like that, where there may still be some leftover copies, and I think the public, by and large, is very willing to wait for things and realizes that such requests are a low priority. But I think just setting up this formal policy is very off-putting. And I'm very, very surprised at the board taking this action. I had hoped that this board would be more open. I find it is not. I called Donna Mengel when she ran for re-election saying she was going to open windows. And instead I'm finding them slammed and shuttered. And again, I have to say this, along with not videotaping the committee meetings, I just find as blows to the public of this community who, after all, put you in office and are paying the bills of this district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Olkowski. I do want to respond to you. There has been more information, more videotaping, more of everything than there has ever been. So I resent your remark, to say the least. It's offensive. And I think what you need to keep in mind is that the staff and the secretaries in this building are public employees and not public servants. And you may be well aware of how you conduct yourself, but you are not aware of how other people conduct themselves. And I think some of the situations that have happened here, how people have been treated, and the demands that have been placed on that office need to be streamlined, they need to be organized, and there needs to be a certain amount of civility and organization. This policy helps us to do that. And it keeps that office from turning into mayhem, and it respects all people that come to the office and the people that work within it. So I believe this policy will eventually find its way, and it's only going to add to more information without so much offense. Anybody else, please? Yes, sir.
Bob Graziano, Tolminson. I also have a comment on this policy. As I said in the committee meeting, I don't have a problem with the idea of an information request. It will centralize things and make it easier to get the information out. I do, however, have a problem with item C, and that's the charge. The first comment is, why a charge to begin with, and I would really like to hear some discussion next week about that. Why is there even a charge? Is it to recoup for the labor? And as Mrs. Scher said, if you have to go back looking through a lot of things, you're not going to recoup that anyway with 25 cents. So what is the real reason for the charge, and is it going to put some people off to request information because there is a charge, period? An example I used was the budget book is about 100 pages or so. If we had came in June or July when these meetings are done, we don't have them readily available, the policy says the district will charge 25 cents a page. Are you going to charge me $25 for this budget book? According to, as it's written right now, it would seem like you don't have a choice, that you will charge that money. So if there is some rewriting of this, and I was a little confused about that, Mr. Shapinski, are you saying that what comes up for the first reading will be different than this?
We're going to have further discussion on it at the next committee meeting. I have to get input from everybody, and especially Christine, on the requests that have come in there and how it's being handled now. Because the question you raised at our committee meeting was very legitimate. Are we going to charge for a document this big? What's it going to cost? Those kind of things. But the question becomes, if I don't put a charge that's generic across the board, then you're going to leave it to the discretion of the person taking the request. That means some people will be charged, some people won't. Depends on who's at that counter.
Yeah, and I also don't...
I'm against that idea.
Right.
And we took your comments into consideration about not charging and tracking the request. And right now, that's basically where Pat and Don and I have sat and tried to figure out exactly how we can handle that yet.
Okay,
So you're right.
appreciate that.
This possibly will be changed by the time we get to the reading.
Okay, and I would really hate to see where we get into a subjective argument of do we charge this person, do we not charge that person?
It's happened in the past,
Well, I know it has, and that's why I don't want to see that happen. And I think we need to be a lot more uniform in how we do it, and certainly not put off anybody that wants information from the district.
Bob, there was a few years ago when some people were paying for copies of the budget, and some people
I
got
was one of them.
nothing.
Yeah, I was one of them, too.
Okay, and that's one of the reasons we looked at this.
No, I didn't get my book back.
Thank you.
Give it back.
Anybody else, please? Ken? Okay, thank you. Fuel tanks? Did I miss that too? Anybody have fuel tanks? Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Bose, we're technology.
Half our audience is sleeping now. I see it with the audience.
I believe that Mr. Hill wants to
I sure do.
discuss with the board how we proceed with the technology.
While I'm still awake, I want to get there. Okay. The technology, and we had at the committee meeting, we reviewed a number of options and plans related to the financing of the equipment and of the process. And the consensus of the committee, or a unanimous consensus of the 5 members at the committee is that they all agreed that we should go with a 4-year lease program, which means the equipment is for 3 years, and then the 4th year decision is made whether you buy or renew the lease and continue. The sheets that were handed out to the audience tonight and here, unfortunately, are not correct in that they show, well, they're correct for the 5th year, but they don't have them for the 4th year.
Just page 2.
I thought it was a 4-year lease program.
Everything else is the same.
No, that's 434, it should be 532.
Right.
So what the change is, if you have those sheets in front of you, the hardware price, instead of being $434,278, it's $532,933, and so then the net bottom at the bottom would be increased by the same amount, or $1,473,983.
Don, if I have my papers from the committee meeting, will they be accurate?
Yes.
Or have they changed since?
No.
The 4-year lease with the option to acquire is what the real numbers are?
Yes, that has not changed. All this is just a reprint of that, only the reprint was of the 5-year and not the 4-year. Also attached to the information is a listing If on the second page, it's wrong too, because it still speaks to the 5-year lease and not a 4-year lease, and so the total of the hardware is $532,933, and not the $434,278 is shown on there. But that is, and all the equipment shown in the additional sheets is, there was some question about what is the exact equipment being purchased, and that is all shown on there. The other thing that we didn't discuss specifically, but we did indirectly, under the infrastructure, of course, is a $2,806,000, which is the part that we've talked about tonight related to the bonding. So going with a recommendation, putting in the budget the dollars for a 4-year lease also implies indirectly or directly that we will need the bonding refinancing to afford this policy. So I think that was a summary of what was discussed and what was mutually agreed to. So, Madam President, I would like to recommend, you can get consensus from the board, but there was 5 there, so I'll move this forward. Really, the only thing that moves forward on this is that the fact that we have to put another $100,000 into the budget to be able to, so when you approve the budget with $100,000 in it, it's essentially approving this plan for this year.
Okay, ladies, is there anything you would like to add to Don's report?
No, we will, pending this meeting tonight, change this to reflect the 4-year lease and add the $100,000, which is not in your green book at this point in time.
Alrighty, board questions to the right, Mr. Schilling.
Why did you decide to lease rather than not? What was the main decision?
The main concern about that, and other people speak to this, but the main prime reason is, and that's why it was a 4-year versus a 5-year, is the technology or the hardware has such a short shelf life or use life, and the technology moves so fast that if we got into a purchasing thing, it would be very difficult for us to keep ahead of the curve. And by going into a leasing agreement, we can get past that.
And John, it was also cheaper. We did a lot of comparisons of that.
Right.
I think he talked like 5 different manufacturers, I talked to 2, and the school district talked to quite a few, and we just can't touch the price.
Quite a significant difference. Percentage-wise, top of your head, you know?
Pardon me?
Percentage difference in buying.
Well, one was $17.99, the other was like 24 something.
Really?
Because all things included, all 9 yards, it was hands down. We couldn't touch it.
No, it's a mistake. No, Frank, I think you're confused. You're talking about the difference between a tier 1 and tier 2.
No, I'm not. It's all tier 1.
No, but John was asking what the percentage difference was in these other companies you talked about. Were they 20% higher or 30%? Is that what you're asking, John?
They were anywhere between, I think, 17 and 32% higher, and that was not getting tier 1 equipment. That's a comparison.
Purchase, no or lease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We couldn't beat it.
We were surprised.
We could not beat it.
Now, when you lease that equipment, I presume that,
We're purchasing the equipment off the Pepin contract, right? Or the special contract. I'm telling you, we tried 5 different manufacturers, the same quality. We tried tier 2, we tried less. I tell you, we can't match it. We cannot beat the price.
And
even with quantity, we're talking about 1,000 computers.
Put the microphone in front of Mrs. Klein, please. Thank you, Ms. Day.
I think she did a great job.
okay.
Any further questions? Okay, Mrs. Sherr?
Okay. Can I ask why we don't have the sheets tonight? I'm trying desperately to find mine from the committee meeting last week, and I don't have it with me.
I have mine, Vicki, if you want to.
I have mine too.
Why we didn't, for the 4-year lease to acquire?
The reason we have this lease here is it matches to page 61 of your budget. The green book that you were given, there was discussion, do we rerun all these green books?
Not the budget, I'm talking about the financial plan for the right plan.
That's not
Same
fine.
page.
That's
Page
not-
62.
Don just told you what the difference is, it's the 530 versus the 434.
Right.
1,000.
The difference is
All right, guys.
Okay, it's a whole different set of numbers, though.
it's the same numbers we talked about in committee.
Okay, what I'd like to know is, what is the full amount of the lease that is going to be committed to for this 4-year lease program? Total dollars, number of years?
Well, we can give you 3, and the 4th year would either be an estimate of purchase or possible renewal of equipment.
Right, but when, as I had the leasing proposals explained to me as to how they work, you pick your X number of dollars. If it's a 4-year lease, you're paying within the 3 years.
That's right.
And it's being divided up. What I'm asking is a basic question. Are we going for a $5 million lease, a $6 million lease? What's the amount that's being chosen for this plan?
Well,
All in the first year.
I don't have the exact numbers, but I give you an idea. If you look at that second sheet that you got in your handout tonight,
The second one from tonight?
this was based on a 5-year plan and not a 4-year plan, okay? If you look under that sheet there, you see that with the $434,278 there,
Yeah.
that should be $532,933, okay?
Yeah, but then
Now, wait, let me finish. You understand so far?
Yes.
Now, let's pretend we were going on a 5-year lease, not a 4-year lease. So what the cost would be when you went on a 5-year lease and you didn't buy any more equipment in the 2nd or 3rd or 4th year, the cost for a 5-year lease would be, those numbers would be $434 the first year, $652, $652, $652, $279, and $109. Well, forget the $109 because that's a buyout. That's what he's going to buy out. So the lease for the 3 years would be those numbers, 652 times 3 plus 532. That would be the total cost of the lease that you commit to in the first year.
But Don, I'm going to tell you, I at least have the paper now Sharice gave me. It's $532,000 the first year, then it's 1.7 million.
Because you're buying more equipment the next year. We haven't made that
That's
commitment.
exactly.
We're not making that equipment until next year.
Is there not going to be a commitment to a 4-year lease for
Just for the equipment you buy this year.
But that's going to drive the plan.
So it's a 1-year lease? You're going to tier it. You're going to tier the...
first-year cost.
Right? See, this crosses over fiscal years. That's what everyone Pat thought that this meant that we were only going to commit to 532, but it's because we're going to begin
No, it's staggered. It's 532 for 3 years.
mid-fiscal year, and that's only covering the portion for this fiscal year.
Each year, you got to determine what you got to buy the next year. If you don't buy any equipment, it won't go up. But 532.
Okay, I think right now, though, there should be something that's said to the community that tells you what the basic, most important aspect of all this is your hardware, and I can't get someone to explain to me how many dollars are we talking about within the plan.
If you spend $532 for the first year, you are obligated to spend $532 for that equipment the second year.
Right.
You are then obligated to spend for the 3rd year another $532,000. So it's $532,000 times 3 years.
Right.
And that's all that you're asking for?
That's the obligation. The directions the committee gave was to endorse the multi-year technology plan, but only to endorse funding it for fiscal year 1998-99. So that is all the commitments that I believe the committee is recommending.
That's right.
Does it cost more, Carol, if you make that
That's right.
decision second, if you like add 5.32 and then next year you're taking another million, are you changing your cycles for that 1 million?
But it's only $532,000 a year.
Yeah,
Right.
it is.
It's only,
I know that, but you're saying, what you're saying,
But I've got figures
excuse me for
of
interrupting you, Vicki, go ahead. I'll speak when my turn comes.
Yeah. But I am
Sorry.
seeing a plan that says we would be moving to 1.7 million in year
no,
two.
that's not, we're only talking about, the committee is only talking about this year's budget. And in this year's budget is the $1,473,000, of which the hardware is $532,000. Yes, when we make the commitment for a 3-year lease, you're committing yourselves already in the ensuing years for $532,000 for the 2nd and 3rd year, but that's all.
Not the rest of this plan that's
No,
sitting in front of me.
each year, the board's got to decide how much more equipment they want to buy.
If they want to buy
anything, it'll
anything.
be equal to or greater than.
Right. So as far as the next meeting, you're only talking about the first tier of the hardware
Right.
plan, 532, nothing more than that, okay?
Our recommendation is that you approve the financial plan on a year-by-year basis.
And the bond funding,
Yes.
which is
Which
$6 million
we need to implement the rest of it.
standing debt.
So what you're saying, then, if I can understand, is that if we approve this tonight, we're not committing to this $20 million plan.
No.
Can't do that.
We have your word on that.
Whatever the lease would be, 3 times 532.
Oh, okay, but, well, no, it's just I'm piggybacking
again.
on what Mrs. Shear said, that if we go to leasing, we go to a 4-year lease, we are going to be committed to that particular company.
For $532,000.
532.
Only.
Yeah, but you're going to be locked into a 4-year lease, is what I'm saying.
It's
In
3
third
years
we
with the
have to make a
buyout,
decision
and
whether we
4th year.
buy
Fourth year, we make a decision.
Whether we buy or we renew.
Okay.
Right.
But the rest now, that the software and the infrastructure, that all doesn't, that, you're saying that for the second year, the 161,930 for software, that'll be a decision?
That's a decision made next year.
The 463 for networking?
All that's got to be next year.
Also for the infrastructure.
Yeah, but what about all the
Well,
support
infrastructure's
staff?
a bond, that's, yeah.
What about all the support staff that's on these sheets? I've got how many employees being added to the system? It says year 1.
I think we're going to need an executive session on that.
Well, these people aren't hired yet. They're in
Plan, year 1
We can talk
financial.
about these positions.
I mean, I've got year 1 financials all through here with,
No, I'm saying it does say year 1 financials, that's what we're discussing. We're not going into the 7-year plan or 5-year
No.
plan.
Right.
All we're talking about is financing the
We're
first.
talking 1 year, I understand.
Yes, that's it.
Well, let's, Mrs. Shar, you've got the floor. You need to bring all your
Okay.
questions forward.
okay, as I'm looking through these sheets that I have, I don't know what's right or what's wrong since I'm looking at what's for a 5-year plan, but there's significant staff additions also in here. Are they not being requested for the 9899?
That's part of the support, that's what we talked about, that's the $306,497 under support.
Right, but as I looked at the support lines as they went across, they really didn't seem to be increasing for inflation or benefits.
What I think is kind of confusing to people is we have an obligation to come forward and show you a multi-year plan. You have an obligation to determine on a year-by-year basis whether you wish to fund the plan as it was the prior year, to expand the plan from the prior year, or to decrease the plan. The sitting board now, as we discussed with the refunding of bonds, cannot bind future boards to spending money unless future boards wish to do so. So we're looking at, I said this from day one, you need to approve only 1 year of financial rules at a time.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Are they asking for the 29, what do I have, 29, 34 staff members? Do I see 34 on this financial summary support for year 1, 9899? That's what I see. 34 technology employees?
No. It's only 2.5 full-time people, and the rest are just stipends paid to coordinators and facilitators, right?
Right.
They're not new people, they're existing staff that they're gonna have their duties modified or expanded. We're not, but as far as adding new people, we're only doing 2.5 total people, right? Full-time employees, right?
And have we placed benefit costs into these?
That's what the indirect
Indirect
cost
cost, yeah.
is, 43,325.
Okay, because as I went along on these sheets, I didn't see any inflation on them at all. They stayed at 350 all the way across.
Well, actually, I think the original proposal that Debbie Klein put together was, this is the staff she needs to manage the program that she's presenting here. She didn't ask for anything more because she's not giving us anything more than what she's proposing.
Okay, well, just so you know, as far as the budget was concerned, the original budget, which was actually lower than the budget we have today, actually had about $400,000 in funding in it. And $300,000 was reduced because, you know, it's elementary, they said they weren't able to move with them as a part of that $1 million decrease that we had in the budget.
Well, I don't.
So your balance sheet is
I don't think
actually
it
your...
was that they weren't able to move it. I think what happened is, we're not gonna be able to implement them for 6 months or half a year, and that's what the reduction was. It wasn't a removal of these positions,
Oh,
it was just a delay of implementation of those positions.
Right, but I'm saying there was a reduction, and now this is just gonna be an addition back up. Just so you know, you can track on this, there was originally, I think, $1.6 million, Carol, correct, in the first original budget? That was 17.4 million, 117.4 million?
Oh, I know.
There was about, right, and now it was reduced to 1.3 million, I believe. So we'll place the one in and you'll be at 1.4 on the running count.
If the board sitting then chooses to buy.
Whether we had originally been at 100, we had been at 1.6 million originally. From the beginning budget, people hear these increases and a lot of people are just focusing on what the original numbers were. But we've had ups and downs with these numbers.
Yes. We had it down from 1.6 and rounded off to 1.3 because of the elementary school program being delayed till January because we don't have enough electricity.
It's physically impossible.
Right. So it decreased the cost because...
That was part of your $1 million reduction in the budget. Remember, we talked about reducing it by 3 mils?
I need to stay with Vicki. She was at 1.6, she's down to 1.3. It's because we delayed the implementation at the elementary school.
A lot of people hear this and they think this is this is what's responsible for the full budget, when in fact, there are actually more technology dollars $1 million ago than there is today at this moment by a few $100,000. There was originally. It isn't what's driving these budget increases that have been...
If anything, these costs are going down.
That's what I
Day
said.
one, these costs are going down.
That's what I said.
All right. Okay.
I was saying the
Carol, do you agree
technology
with
wasn't
that?
affecting
There's
these
so much
ups
being
and
said
downs.
here.
I'm trying to listen to all of the conversation, so don't quote me on anyone other than Vicki's right now.
Okay.
She is correct. Costs have gone down.
I think she's still
Since
doing it.
we originally proposed the
Even
budget.
with the zigzagging,
Where does this, it's a $20 million plan stuff come from? Is that true?
Look at that, that's,
Yeah, but it's out there and it's like, you know.
It's humorous, you know, the $20 million is if the board approves year 2, approves year 3, and we perpetuate whatever it was we did in years 1 and 2 and 3, in years 4, 5, and 6. It's simply an assumption or a prediction of where the financials may go. It's a model. All it is
Just a
is model.
continuum of
And
costs.
if we chose to look at a 15-year plan, you would say it's a $40 million plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
But it's not a $20 million plan tonight.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Sher, anything else?
I'll need to ask about the proportion then. Carol, if we don't do all this and invest, we're gonna be spending, what, millions of dollars on wiring? And then say, well, we're just not gonna put the hardware to it? I mean, isn't it required? I worry about the half-baked cakes that many school districts out there have pumped, you know, a few $1 million into the infrastructure, but then couldn't complete their plan to where it actually reached the students at the intended expectations. So, is there that much room to bring these numbers down? Because you're really only providing for 4 years of technology. I mean, there isn't a great deal of hardware dollars in respect to the whole plan to play with, is there? You've got 4-year lease. You only have one rotation of the equipment, correct?
Yes.
It's a 4-year plan with 3 more years being sustained through just support, maintenance, and et cetera, correct? Is there that much room to move this down from, at least as far as your hardware, software costs, you know, if you don't focus on staff?
I'm not sure. I can only speak to the issue of what it will cost next year.
I'm not going to share my softball.
And what we project it will cost if we follow the implementation plan that follows the curriculum. I'm not sure how else to answer the question.
Cal, let it go and I'll listen for the recommendations of the committee.
can we move this,
Mrs. Sher, are you finished? Are you
Like I said, I yield to the committee to hear what they have.
We're giving out treats now. They're falling apart here. Here, pass the candy around.
Don't give any of John now.
Sugar, no. Did he sneak out? Okay. He had a longer burger basket demonstration to get to. Okay, Mr. Hill.
I'm done.
Mr. Shapinsky?
Just a couple points for clarification. Debbie, this brings us, what, about 1,000 computers in the school district?
Correct.
All right, it brings us computers 4 through 6, 4 in a class. It brings us computers at the secondary level in, I forgot what you told me originally, science, math?
Science, math, math, English, and reading.
Okay.
About 100 classrooms at the secondary level, 11 labs being replaced, and about 500 machines at the elementary level.
You're going to take any existing equipment we have and migrate it to K through 3?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure the committee, the technology committee the other night was pretty much unanimous on moving this thing forward. The only question we had with the program was the 4 versus 5 year lease. I think the consensus was to take it on the 4-year lease, and then possibly, once we have a history of the equipment and how we're doing, we can take a better picture of it. So I don't have any really further questions on it. Let's just move it forward.
Mr. O'Donnell?
It's late, no questions.
Mr. Allen?
This is thanks to the committee for finally putting this thing into a readable, usable proposal. And since all 5 of you have agreed to it, maybe there's some bloodshed, but I appreciate what you did and I will support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Mrs. Krieger?
Thank you. Okay. Debbie, I have, stop it. Okay, because I'm on the committee, not confused. Debbie, on your page 3 breakdown of the hardware by for classrooms, are you telling us that those 4 computers per class, grades 4 through 6, we're going to purchase 500 of them, and they're only going to cost us $239 a piece?
Those values there reflect the lease payments for the year.
Per computer?
Per computer.
All right, so that would be the same, and they must be giving us a break then, because the math is not adding up. If you do it by unit.
If you can remember, in grades 4 through 6, due to the electrical upgrades delay, we're going to start implementation in January. Therefore, your lease payments reflect starting in January through the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay, and on page 4, what is DELA? K through 6,
DLA.
7 through 9.
Missing a Y.
Sorry.
Trying to fit it into the page.
I thought we had a new school somewhere. Okay. Now, I want to understand this so that when people call me, I know what to explain. Because when I'm given a document like this, which you gave us at the committee meeting last week, and I see under hardware, 532, 933 in the first year, 1.7 in the second year, 1.9 in the third year. I'm assuming that that's what our lease costs are going to be per year if we decide to do a 4-year lease with a decision to acquire. I'm now hearing I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay? Am I wrong, Debbie?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sheet that you received, that was based on the entire plan as proposed. Okay, that was trying to project for you based on the 3-year, I call it 3-year implementation plan that we proposed at the beginning of April, what that would look like over a 7-year time period. Now, what the committee asked us to bring back tonight was 1 year.
Okay,
What
what
it
I
was first year.
said at the committee meeting last week was that I felt it would be more prudent for the committee or for the administration to bring forward what the actual 4-year lease program was going to look like. Because in my best estimation, when you lease something, you lease it for a total dollar amount, and that total dollar amount is broken, your payments are broken up over the period that you're leasing it for.
We've done that, it's on page 2.
The only difference is that's a 5-year, not a 4-year.
What you're saying is that we are entering into a 4-year lease, wait a minute, a 4-year lease that we're gonna make payments for 3 years on at $532,933 a year. Okay? Am I
And
hearing
and-
you right?
yeah, and the
And then
fourth,
in the 4th year, we're going to purchase the hardware that we've been leasing.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll have that option.
We'll have that option. Okay. So over the next 3 years, this board is being asked to fund. I know we're only gonna fund it a year at a time, but in totality, it's $1.598799 for 3 years.
Yes.
If you take 532 and times it out 3 years. Is
That's
that
correct.
Correct.
Okay, now, along with those costs, I'm assuming that we are going to continue with software upgrades, further networking costs, possibly more infrastructure upgrades. We're gonna have to staff develop our teachers.
Therese, either schedule is correct. All
Is
it
that correct?
Is this schedule shows 1 year in isolation next year, and the stuff we did, the charts that we did at the technology committee showed it over a multi-year.
No, I
Both are
understand,
correct.
but I'm not comfortable doing this a year at a time. What I am comfortable with is presenting to the community a collective lease package, be it 4 years, 5 years, whatever the lease is that the board decides to do, with all of the inclusionary costs that go along with that collective lease program. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's prudent to do it that way. It makes more sense, and it gives the community an idea of what to expect over the next 3 years in relationship to technology, its costs, and the increase in our budgets, what to anticipate, and the increase in the taxes to anticipate. When you do it a year at a time, you know, I mean, I just don't think that this is good budgeting. I think that,
Either
you know,
direction, you give me the direction, and we'll present it 3 years, we'll present 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 6
But
year,
I-
7 year.
I personally,
Well,
I'm
and I
pretty sure
know
we
I'm
have
only
7
one
here.
board
Well,
member,
the 7 you're done already.
I know.
I
just cut the columns off.
I personally, at the committee meeting, asked for that, Mrs. Deddy. Now, I know that maybe there wasn't a majority of the committee members there that either heard me or chose to agree that that's what the board should be presented with this week, but that's what I stand by tonight, as I did last week, and I think that that is the most prudent way that we should proceed. To do it any other way is in my opinion, avoiding the truth, the overall truth of the plan. There's nothing wrong with spending $1.5 million over the next 3 years to upgrade computers in this school district. There's nothing wrong with spending money in all of the other areas that support technology over the next 3 years, but I think hiding behind a plan 1 year at a time is not an honest way to proceed. So I can't support a technology plan such as this. It's going to be presented 1 year at a time, and I won't. End of comment.
Mrs. Krieger, this board gave direction for the staff not to go past 1 year.
No.
They were
that
told
is
not to
true.
do that.
That is not true.
This board would not take on a plan from way back when Waits was here to this point in time. This board said, a majority of this board said they were not going to look at a full-fledged plan. There have been people asking for a complete plan to be adopted for a long time. The board said 1 year at a time, based on the availability of funding.
Mrs. Mago,
That's all they were directed to do.
Mrs. Mago, you're trying to tell me that when you enter into a lease program and you say it's going to cost $532,000 a year for those lease payments, that you don't have an obligation to share that with the committee?
They've just done that.
It's
They have
not being
just done
presented
that.
way.
What
about the other costs surrounding?
They're all in this packet. They're all here. What is not
Not for the
here
next 3
is the
years.
following year, if there's going to be any additional purchases or any new money to be spent.
But they did that.
All the monies for this year are here.
But they did that for a 7-year plan. Why can't it be done for a 4-year plan?
Because we only know the cost right now for 1 year. We don't know the cost. For example, $160,000.
You know, you're going into a lease
$160,000
program.
more than likely will not be repeated, as well as the $480,000 and all those other costs. More than likely will not be repeated.
I beg to
So
differ.
we know the 1 year.
I beg to differ.
We had
You didn't
5
tell me
people
you're
on this
gonna
committee
spend
agreed to it.
532. There's not 5 people on the committee, Frank.
On what committee?
On the technology
Yes,
committee.
there is.
Well, I didn't agree with it, and I'm on that committee. I know you guys never invite me to go to your meetings when you meet.
You sat right over there and said yes.
I did not agree with that. I asked at the committee meeting last week
I'm not
that it
going
be
to.
presented as an entire, fine. They consider it a minority
You know,
opinion.
Mr. Gordon finally threw in our face he has a tape. Good, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Mosey.
Well, good. Then he can corroborate what I said.
Oh, you're staying. You're not
Thank
getting
you.
out of this. Misery loves company. What's wrong?
I just have a couple of questions. In description, Mrs. Klein, in description of the various positions you're asking for, technology manager, you point assist in development of financial planning to support the technology strategic plan. I don't recall this board approving a strategic plan, did we?
That's exactly what the argument's about.
Yeah, I thought when the strategic plan came forward, when we were making up the strategic plan
Back
for
when
the
it was
district,
required by the
$25 million,
state. Right.
we didn't support that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And Donna, you made the remark about $19 million being bannered about. I only got that figure from here. The 4-year lease program with the decision to acquire at the end of 7 years.
But that was a continuum, and like Frank O'Donnell said, if we
Fine.
add 7 more years onto that, we'd be out to
Fine.
40 million. But to throw that around like it's a daily number today and freaking out the public, which, you know, the
I'm
press
not-
is more than willing to freak
I'm
out
not
the
trying to,
public.
I'm not trying to freak.
You know, that,
I'm
it's
not-
just not right.
I'm not. Yeah, you will. I'm
You
not
know, I
trying to
know it's
freak
fun
out.
for them, and, you know,
I'm not trying to freak out the public. It's just that my concern is that I know how things change around here, and sometimes we're aware and sometimes we're not. And I don't want it being thrown back up in our face. If we come back next year for another 1.7 or something, that we get the argument, well, you voted for the plan.
exactly.
Okay.
That's what I was
That's what I'm
saying.
concerned
That's
about.
what I was saying.
I'm also concerned about the fact in this first year, we're being asked to commit $306,000 for support personnel. I think that we should have an executive session on that, because we did have one on the technology committee last week, and I really think the board as a whole needs to see that. I can't see why we're spending $306,000 the first year if we're not going to be able to implement half of the plan until January. What are these people going to do for 8, 9 months or 6 months? I think what we have to do in the personnel is, I think we have to get to use Mrs. Deddy's words, a drop-dead total requirement of people that we have to have immediately.
We do. It's 2.5 people, right?
It was in one of your memos,
You
drop
do
dead.
have our drop dead proposal.
Okay, but I mean,
Oh, that.
but Debbie, attached
I
to
guess
your,
my point is I
Debbie,
can't, I
attached
couldn't
to
come up with anything
attached
more
to
than.
the committee meeting, there were an awful lot of, I mean, I have job descriptions and everything here, and I'm not going to mention that now because I don't know what Carol has done in terms of speaking to different people. So I will keep, that is confidential, but I really think the board needs to have a little better clarification on that, because I think to dedicate that money at the beginning, I think we got to see what we're actually going to need. I saw some duplication in job responsibilities that I think that to hire a separate person to do some of those. If it comes forward next year and you find that we need that person, then fine. But at this point in time, to put $306,000 in and hire all these people, I don't know if I could agree to that at this point in time.
Go ahead.
I'm not done. Go ahead, Debbie, please.
Oh, I just want to address your one comment about half the plan not being implemented until mid-year.
Well, you said elementary won't be implemented.
Yeah,
And I was under the impression that $532,000 was really half, because that came out of the finance meeting, that was being reduced by $420,000, I think you said, Karen. You did say that at a finance meeting. I have my notes, I can look it up.
The 524,000.
532.
Well, actually, on this page it's 434, but 532.
Right.
That takes into consideration that we will be leasing at the elementary school from January through June.
Right.
So it's
Exactly.
already been suppressed.
It's a half a year.
Right.
Right.
So I don't know what I was supposed to, what was the question?
Well, it wasn't a question. I was talking in terms of personnel. If we're not going to have elementary up and running until January,
What we did.
I just can't see us hiring all $300,000 of additional personnel, because the biggest expense in our budget, Ms. Mengel, is personnel and benefits.
Right.
And I think that the board has to really look at some of these job descriptions.
But again, each one of these positions are a change in payroll and approvals that would have to come here to the board anyway.
Yeah, but you're putting the money in there.
Pat, we did reduce the human resources aspect of it when we went from the elementary level back to January for implementation. We did reduce the staffing issues on this. It was higher than 306.
I know it was 324 initially.
And specifically, like technology aids were postponed till that implementation. But the other positions, we still need to support at the secondary level, the network and the secondary implementation in the labs. So that's why we didn't modify those numbers. And your staff development efforts need to begin in
Staff
September.
development, I don't have a problem with, but with the staffing, because I know that, most of our budget is for salaries and benefits. Second thing I wanted to bring up is you handed out an expectation sheet, and I don't know how many board members got a copy of this, perhaps only those who were present last week, but one of the issues was, where are we with the E-rate? And of course, Mr. Graziano got up and spoke at that time, and I also saw information in the paper where a lot of people have applied. The government set so much money aside, and there have been a ton of school districts that applied, and they're about 2 months, or I don't know what they are, they're behind in approving those applications. And we talked about a Plan B, and I thought...
Pizza.
And I thought that, or maybe I shouldn't have thought. I would like to see something come forward in the event that there is a delay and we go beyond January or July in getting our approval. I would like to see a contingency plan, Plan B, because then that there's going to be approximately $500,000 that may be delayed or we may not even get, because the push right now with the president and with everyone else in this country is to channel more and more money into our urban school districts.
Pat, you bring a valid point there. The only problem with that is we haven't gone to Plan B is because we don't know if it's going to be zero or it's going to be 200,000 or 300,000.
Well, I think
so it's hard to develop a plan
fact,
unless you know.
I think based on the fact that it's zero, we don't know.
Well, then we got to
the federal government may give everything to the big cities,
the
and
whole
there's
thing
nothing left
again.
for us.
But you did bring up another point that I wanted to make aware. Under the exceptions in that area, in order to move ahead, we put the $100,000 in the budget and move ahead with this 4-year plan, is that we obviously can't move ahead to buy the equipment or do any of those things until we know where our funding is from E-rating. But we can move ahead with something that we need to know and need to get the people on board and to bring forward for action at our next meeting in a week is the approval of the design engineers for both the electrical work in the elementary schools and the secondary design engineer, and to bring those forward for approval in May.
Okay, I would just like to reiterate once again that I really think that, and it doesn't have to be, down to the last letter, but I really think we ought to have a Plan B. It ought to be something designed that we get zero funds, and so that we're prepared.
I agree. We got to start looking at it.
We're prepared in case we don't get this, or we get a very small amount of money.
Okay, does the committee recommendation hold, or did we lose folks?
I think consensus going around the board was to put the $100,000 in, which is the committee.
Is the committee there?
Huh?
Is the committee there? Is this the same recommendation from the other night?
Yes.
Now
Well, there's two of them, but I said...
Now, wait, we're going to go forward with what's on page 1 here.
I
personally like to know what we're committing to.
The only thing we're committing.
Funded by the general fund,
Are
the
we-
maintenance fund, and
Are
bond funding.
are we committing to everything on this page, 1.473?
No, because don't take
That's
that
right.
into consideration. What if you don't get any money from E-rate?
But then you have to go back, we're committing it based upon the assumption you get the E-rate. If you don't get the E-rate, we gotta rework the plan, but we can't wait, we can't hold the budget up waiting to see what's going to happen. We gotta make it, we gotta move forward on the assumption we're going to get it.
How are you proposing that we pay for it, Mr. Hill?
We have to relook, we may not buy as many, when we go out to lease the equipment, we may not lease as much. We're gonna have to cut back somewhere.
Are we paying for the hardware, the lease, for the hardware in the general fund? What was this?
We're not going to do
capital-
anything to buy any of that
Okay,
equipment
explain
until
to
we
me
know where
what
the E-rate
capital
is.
improvement funding was for
That's for the
tonight.
infrastructure.
$4.7 million infrastructure?
Part of that was for the, well, 2.8.
2.8.
Well, I see, just on what Mr. Bradbury gave us tonight, I see 4.7 million,
Okay.
I see 4.6.
Oh, yeah, that was 4 point, that's over the years, plus the oil tanks, I guess, were in there too, but primarily it was the bonding, because you gotta do the bonding at one time for the full, to do all the infrastructure work.
But that's precisely my point, Mr. Hill. If we're going out for a bond that's almost $5 million, how do you justify to the community the intent of the money? If you've got a technology plan that you're only gonna pay for a year at a time, how does that commit future boards to spend that bond money for what we intended to be spent for unless we have a document that says, this is a lease, a 4-year lease, this is the money that we're committing to this plan, this is how much we intend to have go from bond money towards that plan, and what the public can expect to have to commit over the same number of years in the general fund.
Okay, folks,
How do you do that?
there's 20 seconds on the tape, 5 minutes.
Is there anyone
So
here?
good.
Midnight show.
Okay, folks, it's 11:30, 30 minutes from now, it'll be tomorrow. So, Bob lost the pool.
Long time ago.
Okay.
I think it I think it was a day ago.
Okay, everyone's coming back.
I'm in on this thing.
Mr. Hill, you had the floor. What do you recommend?
Well, as I said before, we went around the consensus of the people that were here, some have left. But the consensus of the people that was around here, I think, was that to put the $100,000 in the budget and proceed with the first-year plan of the budget as was discussed in committee.
Okay, any further questions from the board?
Just a quick question. Mr. Hill, you keep mentioning put the $100,000 in the budget. What are you referring to as 100?
Right now in the budget, to my understanding, is 300, and, well, I don't have the 432.
Right.
And it should be
532.
532.
Okay, questions from the audience?
No, it was 372, it's 473, but it's still 100.
You all right?
Yes.
Mr. Graziano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I have some concern, as Pat mentioned, that we have $500,000 that we may not get this year. And not to hear some discussion on contingencies, I think, is not good. I'd like to hear, are we committed to the plan? If we don't get this $500,000, are we still committed to this plan, and we're going to get the money from somewhere else? And where is that somewhere else? And if we're not willing to do that, what are we willing to cut back? I know you don't have numbers, but there has to be some discussion about if we don't get any money, how committed are we to this plan? I think that's very important. This is a major initiative. I think it's going to be a major plus when this board votes this in and we get this district moving with technology. And to ignore $500,000 at this point, I think is not good. I think we need to talk about that some. Thank you.
Let me just make one comment to that. At the next meeting we have of the Technology Committee, I am going to ask that we take a look at this plan for the first year and look at what we can do, what we would do if we don't get the $517,000.
I think we're going to do that before we,
We can't, we don't know, because you know what the budget's going to be one way or the other. We may get it, and you may get part of it, but let's look at it in the worst case, and then we can see if we can add to it. But I think we want to move ahead with the...
Okay, folks, in that turnaround, I forgot, I had just a question and a comment, Carol, and I know we went to audience of citizens, I'll pick that up, but 3% contingency, why 3% as opposed to 1% that we're sometimes used to saying?
I think we used to say about 10% contingency.
Pardon me?
10% contingency, 3% is low.
I'm talking about your year one, your front page, your 3% contingency.
Yes. You're asking why is it 3% instead of 1%?
Instead of 1%.
I think 3% is reasonable.
Okay.
Lower than that.
Yes, we've seen quite a number of contingencies come through on other projects at 1%, that's why I was asking.
It may be an area to recover some funds if the $500,000 doesn't come in.
Okay. Then this is, I think there's going to be support for a contingency plan in the event that the E-rate doesn't come through, and I think that's something that's going to be required. If that is an idea there, then that should be put in as a caveat to the overall plan. Also, I know last year, I think it was $1.5 million was put into capital projects for technology and various projects along last year between the Penimation and also the libraries was approved up to $1.5 million. You have a net requirement here of $1.3 million for this 1 year. And I believe if that E-rate does not come in, that I think what we're going to have to do as a board is set one amount of money, and that is it. And then, best use of the money.
We, to give some sense of confidence, we have some opportunities.
Denise, we can't hear you.
We have some opportunities that if the 517 does not come to fruition, we have the 122 which you just identified.
Okay.
We also know that based on the board's decisions tonight, that we're going to use $5.9 million from the Keenest Road proceeds to pay off 2 bonds.
Right.
We're really getting in $6.4 million.
Right.
That's another opportunity. These are all decisions that must be considered.
Right.
And Debbie and I have been working with one of the 3 major companies who appears to be willing, and we're going to have our legal counsel deal with their legal counsel to do the job for 60%. And if we don't get E-rate to accept the 60% as payment in full, it's worth $250,000 if we get it.
Okay.
We're working in that direction. We just want to make sure that the legal people exchange letters and agree before we count that as money earned. But if it happens, it's a real valuable line.
But see, just those 3 ideas you just brought up between the 2 of you, those are backup plans. And that's the disclosure that we need as a board to get comfortable.
But on the other hand, you can cut back on your year 1 implementation to meet. There's all different options that would have to be considered as Plan B.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. And that's what we need. And as far as that possibility of a company to go unnamed,
please.
To go unnamed, that would go for 60%, then I think involving counsel is critical, because we certainly don't want an arranged marriage with anybody without counsel checking that one out.
Go ahead, go looking on that sheet.
Oh, let's not open this up.
Because I apologize, I was looking at the handout from last week and I didn't see the bond breakdown up at the top. The first year,
that's listed here, I see a total of $4.3 million for the technology plan for the first year. The assumption is being, well, not the assumption, but it's being detailed here that we're anticipating $2.7 million of that plan to be funded through a bond. If we do not get E-rate, let's say they don't give us anything, then we're looking at about a $2.04 million plan for the first year. And Mrs. Mangle made a point that the board put, what was it, 1.5? Okay, so would it be your recommendation that instead of 1.5, in order not to have to gerrymander anything if we don't get E-rate, that the board should anticipate needing $2 million in capital reserves for or capital improvements for next year?
I don't have a recommendation. We need to talk about it as Plan B, both at Finance Committee and at Technology Committee meeting.
Okay,
I
well,
don't have any recommendation.
Then if we do get the 517, then we would be about in the same range.
Yes, correct.
That we put in for this year for next year.
Yes, correct.
In terms of a net requirement?
Yes.
With all things, all wickets being hit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to the audience, and we're sorry. Mr. Gordon?
Thank you. H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township. Just one comment. I understand the budgeting, and I understand why we just want to look at 1 year at a time. I think the public and more so possible job applicants need to get a feel that the board is heading down a planned path for technology. I don't know that if I were a job applicant, I would want to join this district with the constant beating that we're only approving 1 year's dollars. Yes, we're only approving 1 year's dollars, but we're doing it with the goal and with the work having been done that we're heading in a certain direction. And I think the board needs to voice that they agree with that direction, that plan that will take us to technology over the next year 2 and year 3 implementation. Because otherwise, if I was a person looking to apply, I don't know that I would want a job not knowing that the board may or may not be there in year 2 supporting this plan. And I think it's important that you stand up and you agree in principle with the overall direction that the technology plan as presented in April go forward. And certainly it's up to future boards to provide the funding for that. But please stand up and agree that that was a great plan and that that's where the district needs to go. I'll certainly accept 1 year's financing, and you get it with my thanks that we'll get moving with this. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else, please? Okay, thank you. All right, folks, we have a recommendation from Technology Committee for all matters to continue to be put forward into next Thursday curriculum. Donald?
Why don't you just said, what's curriculum got to do with it?
I didn't say curriculum.
Yes, you did.
Did I say curriculum?
Yeah, I couldn't, that's why I didn't understand what you're saying.
I said committee, didn't I say committee?
No.
Okay, that's it, it's going on next Thursday, whether it's, whether it wins or dies, Go ahead, Dr. Bowles, finance.
Whatever you said, I agree with. What you said.
Can I have one follow-up for Carol? Are we resolved? Does she also have any direction here to follow up, as we said, with Bob Bradbury on that?
Well, that's going to be part of our meeting on Monday, right?
No. That's what I was wondering. I thought it was coming from technology's discussion.
This is the stuff that Bradbury has to be told tomorrow morning by Mrs. Debbie.
Yeah. Not even 2 hours ago, we all agreed that we were moving forward with this idea. Now, we can't move forward with half of this stuff that we just tried to approve without doing that.
Well,
I take my word for it. You have to turn the doorknob and open the door to walk through. That's the way it works.
no, we're talking about not
I've seen you
refinancing,
walk
so
right
it's.
through doors, Vince, without using a knob at all.
Vincent, we weren't in a position where we're not refinancing anything. We're not initiating any bonds as far as the decision that was made to go with option one. So now it's a matter of, is there consensus also with the bond, just to be sure, so Carol, because after she leaves here, she wouldn't be sure if she actually had.
Bob Bradbury said he would do the analysis of the 1993 A series, which was like $60,000, our additional capital improvement project, which is this one now.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we would pay off the other bonds with the sale of the proceeds.
Right.
That was it. That
But he
was the
was
only
looking for a
discussion.
call.
That's what we're supposed to tell Bob. Isn't that the consensus? Didn't we not agree to that 2 hours ago?
But yeah, but the amounts that he's
I
got
did.
here in this
I did.
report he gave to us under capital improvement.
Capital
was
projects.
For capital projects, I'm sorry, was for a $4.6 million bond, a $4.7 million bond. But in the first year of technology, oh, I see you're adding all three up
Yeah,
here,
because
which is
we're
gonna
bonding it
total
out. We're gonna draw it down.
4.2. So it's $4.2 million for technology.
As we said.
It's that and the tank
And
removal, right?
the
Right.
tank.
He simply asked that he be
And the
called.
tanks.
I know I heard him, and you,
we
Donna,
had
that
that
he said
consensus
after your
already.
discussions, could Carol please give me a call tomorrow? So I just wanted to make
Every
sure
good-
that we were clear on that.
I think I do understand it. Thank you.
So,
Are we okay?
So we're, it's okay to go out and tell everybody that we're gonna take a bond out for $4.2 million for technology, but we can't present a plan that represents how we're gonna spend it over the next 3 years for technology. I'm just really,
Unless you know how it's gonna get implemented and
well,
when,
it's kind of been laid out right here.
as an estimate of what we hope to could achieve in
Well,
3
an
years.
estimate's great. Because, I mean, I know that Mrs. Klein has a pretty good idea how she wants to implement technology over the next 4 years.
So does the
And I know
committee.
Carol can tell her what it's gonna cost. And I know Betty can tell her how much staff development she's gonna need. And perhaps Judy can help with the personnel, and Bob can certainly help with the curriculum end of it.
Where's my crystal ball?
This time of night, I don't think anyone knows their name.
Where's my crystal ball?
I mean, come on, please. Do I need to say please?
All right, folks, all right. You're gonna miss us, Dr. Bose. You're gonna beg to come back.
I will call and get regular reports. I am really concerned about your health and your sanity and your psychological well-being.
Don't worry about us, just worry about the law department.
Moving right along.
All right. Any comments from the community? Is that it? All right, finance, Dr. Bose.
Well, I think the critical thing here is you need to decide to what extent you want to talk about this budget. It's come out of committee on the target. It's reached a one-digit millage increase, and it's a preliminary budget. I think the most important thing you have to talk about, and this is where Solicitor Yanoff might be helpful, is we need to nail down the timeline to adopt the preliminary budget and to meet the statutory requirements for sufficient for public access and adopt the final budget.
Okay, Solicitor, would you pick up on that because I'm a little worried?
Well, the school code provides that the Board of School Directors of each school district shall, at least 30 days prior to the adoption of the annual budget, prepare a proposed budget, the amount of funds that are required by the school district in its several departments for the following fiscal year. And then it goes, there's some other information in the school code, and it says, final action shall not be taken on any proposed budget until after 10 days public notice. And the proposed budget shall be printed or otherwise made available for public inspection to all persons who may interest themselves at least 20 days prior to the date set for the adoption of the budget. And that's what the school code provides.
Mrs. Duddy, please remind the board the additional costs we really don't want to have to expend in the event that we go too late.
Okay.
And what those costs are for.
I met with the printer of our tax bills, and if we get past a certain point in final adoption of the budget, there will be what's called expedite fees. Last year, they were between $5,000 and $10,000 expedite fees. Mrs. Scher and I have worked out a schedule that suggests that on May 21st, we adopt the preliminary budget, which is a regular board meeting, and then on June 20th, June 22nd or 23rd, we hold a special board meeting to adopt the final budget. We will meet the 30-day requirement. We will avoid the expedite fees. Anything after that, we're going to get into expedite fees.
What was the adoption date, Carol?
June 22nd or 23rd, Vicki, it was a Monday or Tuesday?
It was a Monday, we were looking for the Monday, if we're gonna have to come out anyway, and that's what I'm looking. What date? Someone have their calendar there? I think it was.
June 22nd is a Monday.
It was June 22nd.
Okay.
That's a Monday.
You have another tech meeting?
Probably have a vote tech meeting.
No.
You just have
No,
one
maybe.
next week, don't you?
Every
That's it, yeah.
third Monday of every month.
Well, the 22nd would be the third month.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
No, it's the 15th.
15th
Is the third Monday.
Okay.
Well, one consensus, it's either Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, 15th is the third Monday. 22nd is the fourth Monday.
So 22nd or the
I can't meet
23rd.
with me.
Michael, the question I had was, having read that code, and quite frankly, I guess many years ago, Frank was one of
can't be here
my
for
teachers to walk through this code. It talks the 30 days that we must have prepared, you know, a document with public instruction according to their format with all the several compartments. Well, we as a district actually publicly and officially have actually worked with that style of budget. In other words, some school districts work off of just little worksheets. And yet, there's no mention in the code that says you must take your vote 30 days prior. It just says that you must have prepared for 30 days. And then it lists the 20 days for inspection and the 10 days for advertisement.
Well, no, it says 30 days prior to the adoption. The term adoption would assume that you have voted on the budget.
It says 30 days prior to adoption of the budget. What I'm saying is, though, it says to have one prepared. It doesn't say that the preliminary vote has to be there 30 days. Because we're not prepared, you know what I mean?
You must prepare, the code speaks only to preparing a proposed budget.
Right, which
30
we've had.
days prior to the adoption of that budget.
Right, which I'm asking you, is the fact that we've had prepared, and while they've all been subject to revisions, and a budget's subject to the day before you actually vote or the night you vote, final budgets for revisions, but we've actually had prepared a proposed budget. It just.
But we're required to adopt. We can't do that without voting, right?
No, there's no mention of a preliminary budget within the whole code.
No, Vicki's right. There's no definition or mention of preliminary budget in the school code. It says a proposed budget.
You must have it prepared, which we've had.
We have that.
Can we advertise this? Can we advertise this budget, have it at our schools, move forward with our action meeting that's coming up in March, and still maintain our action meeting schedule? It doesn't work to 30 days, it works to 28. As far as action meeting to action meeting, but the fact that we already have met, the fact that it says you must have prepared a proposed budget, it doesn't say anything you must have had prepared and voted on a preliminary budget. It just has the 20 days and the 10 days associated with that.
That's true. I guess the question is, what would this board consider to be its proposed budget? And
Right.
since I've been sitting on this board, there have been a number of those
Prepared
proposed
budgets, right.
budgets. So eventually, you're going to have to vote on a proposed budget, which then becomes your final budget, and count down to make sure that you have 30 days and that budget has been available. That doesn't mean, Vicki, that doesn't mean you're going to vote
on the same
budget that
Believe
you
me.
have presented.
Right.
And that's why you have a public hearing on these issues, and you've had these series of hearings. But you must have something from which you can count back from your adoption date that's been presented and posted and whatever else is required by the school code that can be called a proposed budget.
Right.
Better have something there.
Plus, one thing after, the preliminary budget sets an amount, and then I would certainly expect from, the committee and the administration that there's going to be a reduction from the preliminary adoption to the end.
I don't like the one between now and next Thursday.
I don't want to stay the same.
Well, let me to further answer. The code does say that the board, after making revisions and changes therein as appear advisable, shall adopt the budget.
Right.
Okay, so you start with a proposed budget. You
And
can
then you do
change
whatever
it.
you want with it.
You can change it and then vote on it.
Right.
I don't know what the problem is, quite frankly.
No, I only asked that since there was no stipulation tying it to the vote, if we could have met those without having to have a special meeting, that's all I was asking.
I'm sorry. Brian, did you ask me a question?
No, I said, can I go postal?
No, you're,
That's a joke.
all right.
I have to go. I have work tomorrow.
Frank, it's now, yeah, I know, we all have jobs, but do you have finance meeting yet? This is your committee.
Yeah, and I'll be in tomorrow, new day.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes left on today.
All right, what?
All right.
Okay. Dr. Bose, are you finished with this? The only thing I'd be seeking from this board is a little bit of direction here with the committee. We had a budget that was proposed April 1st. It was $117.4 million. We now have a budget of $117.9 million. Now, I'll be quite honest with you, throughout that, even during that time, we did achieve $1,008,000 in reductions, only to have it outpaced by about $1.6 million in increases. Hence, despite the $1 million drop, we're $600,000 up from our original budget. And I heard Dr. Bose talk about how pleased that we were in a single-digit budget. And I'll be quite honest with you, the biggest handicap we've had throughout this process is that I've been told from day one that there's a board majority that will support a budget as long as it's under a 2-digit millage hike. It's not a good way to negotiate. It's not a good way to go into a budget process. And I'd like to have some support here for the 1997-98 budget to be fully evaluated for the remaining dollars that we can expect to have at our year end, and to also have the revenues, which are still standing at the same status as what they were put in a year ago by Tom Tracy, updated to real actuals, all of which means a tighter handle on the money to be remaining in this fiscal year when we look at what our beginning balances for next year and revenue needs are.
Okay, let's start with what you said first about the double-digit increase. When the committee and the budget came forward with the beginning of the budget process, it was something like 13, 14 mils. Yes. I said to Dr. Bose, you will never pass a double-digit budget. That's pretty generic.
I never got that budget, honestly.
Vicki,
I never got that budget.
Yes, I mean the 13 mils, yes.
I didn't, I had the,
Yeah.
April
It was
1st.
back in April.
Here's
It
the
was
April 1st budget.
13.96 or something.
I have the April 1st budget.
Okay, Vicki, the bottom line is, there is no board majority here that said if it's under a double digit. I said, and only I said to Dr. Bose, he will never pass a double-digit budget.
That's fine.
There's no other people involved in that remark.
I never even heard that comment.
Thank you. Now, I think you're expecting some help from the board. I think there's a majority of the board that is looking for a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Okay, this budget shouldn't even be here because the majority of the Finance Committee has not recommended a budget to us.
Correct.
Now, we can add to it, we can subtract from it, we can do whatever we want once it gets here. But this has not followed the committee procedure that we all support.
You're right.
Okay, so you guys come forward with a budget, the majority of your committee.
I'd like support then for those numbers for 97, 98, for someone to put their signatures to estimates. It's been a request from day one. I believe that we need to take a tighter look at a lot of the maintenance budget increases that are in here. I mean, let's be honest, when we passed last year's budget, 97, 98's budget, basically it was projected for it to be a far less beginning balance and far greater expenditures. We closed June 30th of 1997 at $104 million in expenses. I'm now expected to believe that since last June,
This district has raised its spending to 110.5 or .8 as being estimated. Quite frankly, Donna, you and I know what that contract looked like with teachers. We know that there's a half-year delay, and the teachers in this district are experiencing the lowest salary increases that have happened in 15, 20 years.
History.
And I know that the $1 million that we spent on the technology was actually credited to the 96 budget. It was a part of the $104 million spending. And as I've been saying throughout this process, I can think very hard about all the different factors affecting 97, 98. And what I believe is happening is when we hit October and we get our audit report, oh gee, it isn't 110.8. Feel good, we only spent $107 million. Everybody can get all giddy and happy, but the fact is we're constantly taxing the community and putting a 2-year lag time before we ever recognize it in the budgets for them. 2 years, double collection, same tax levy over again, and then we decide we'll show a $6.9 million
Okay, so how does the
fund balance.
Finance Committee recommend we fix that? What is the solution?
I would like support from the board that we provide estimates. We are now 1 month away from the end of the fiscal year. Carol does feel uncomfortable with giving projections for the remaining balance of this budget year because she's only been here since October. I'll tell you personally, I don't know of a business out there that wouldn't expect year-end estimates within 30 days of closing a budget before moving forward with a new fiscal
Okay, so you're afraid of
projection.
an overinflated fund balance?
Yeah.
Right.
I-
Underestimated.
Most
Yeah.
people work on the budgets 3 months, 4 months in advance, even though you don't have it. You're told to come up with your numbers in advance,
Right, Frank?
and that's what we've been doing. We beat this thing to death. This committee has given her direction, she's followed direction, she's reduced the budget, she's reduced the millage. The increase to the $4.8 million in salaries and benefits, it's all fixed or contractual. You know, we have like this much to talk about.
Frank, I've got the April.
I guarantee, I'm gonna give you $20, you're gonna vote no.
Frank, I've got the April general ledger. There is,
3 to 6, no, I promise you. I'll bet you $100.
Frank, for this $112 million budget, we've got $30 million
You're gonna vote
encumbered.
no on it,
Would you
Vicki.
let me finish?
Go ahead, you're voting no anyway.
$30 million that's encumbered, $70 million's been spent, and basically $12 million is yet undedicated, and another $5 million in a fund balance is yet to be set. So you are talking $12 million that's neither dedicated nor spent, and I'm saying we need accountability. We've always had
your
estimates.
history, at this time of the year for the last 4 years, the unencumbered amounts in the budget are around 16 million, 15 million, and so forth. Right now, there are 12 million. We know, and contrary to the fact that Vicki hasn't seen our worksheets, we have done estimating. We know that we have a 14-month cycle, which covers July and August, to pay teacher salaries and benefits. We know that $6 million is going to be owed in Social Security payments and retirement payments. Those aren't reflected on your general ledger because they're not obligated yet. So to say that we haven't done the forecasting is a misnomer. To say that we haven't fine-tuned it with a whole lot of confidence and come out within 500,000, I don't think that's possible to fine-tune it any farther than it's been.
But Carol, I haven't received any of that, and I have asked for it from the very first meeting that we have estimates.
We have done all of that. That's where the $1.5 million of revenues over expenditures. And I've also explained to you that the $12 million that's sitting doesn't mean it's all expenditures being underspent. Remember, we had targets to earn on our revenue side. We have not met those targets.
But that's revenues, and revenues are not in appropriations.
It's revenues over expenditures. Right. If you spend less money, you make a profit unless you earn less. Then you don't make the profit. Right.
In the fact of the matter is, you have to believe that since the close of the 96-97 budget, June of 97, that we've actually pumped gone from $104 million to $118 million. And I'm sorry, a $14 million increase in this budget over these 2 fiscal years under the budget factors that we've had is hard for me to accept.
Okay, the millage at this point is what?
9.57 equivalent?
In this book, in this green book, it is, I think it's 9.74.
9.74.
We will need to add to that millage, based on the recommendation of technology, we'll add 100,000. And I also have to add some money for the debt service decision, which we've talked about. And next week, come back to you with whatever those numbers are after we add those two items.
I think you're only 73,000 from 10 mills at that point with the 9.76. I think that, I think you were just 75,000 under with before this
We're over
100, so
10
you're
mills
over
now.
10 mills.
We're gonna be over 10 mils with these new ads tonight. I know that.
Okay, well, I don't believe there's 5 votes for that.
Okay.
So we got the
I
finance
know we're over
committee
10
needs
mils.
to definitely meet and start, beating up the budget. You did provide this sheet. This is the areas of consideration for millage reduction and
Yes.
areas of consideration for additional funding. Some of these areas are where the rubber meets the road, and if we have to take individual votes on that to find out where the board members are, we just have to.
Donna, the other request would be...
Television services, community newsletter, wage
okay.
adjustments for 7th and 8th grade athletics, substitute
That's a
teacher
popular
pay,
program.
technology, 3 new teacher positions, expanded athletic program with the ice hockey and the lacrosse, extended library at the middle school, just the compensation
Those are all
for
put in.
support staff, and a full-time security officer.
The only thing left would be for personnel, to do a serious look at the tracking and ask for some
Is that-
justification of
That's the
these
scattergram
increases.
that you requested.
Right, because this, the scattergram, a review of some of those areas that I showed you where there was quite a disparity between the level of benefits, when benefits are at 75%, just medical alone's at 75% of the salary classifications, like in the psychologist. It says to me, something's not quite right. You can't, maybe there's an explanation for it, but I can't evaluate numbers that are illogical, taken on their face value as they are. And so I'd like personnel to take a good look. Tom Tracy listed $66 million was for salaries. It was in the 97 budget when we passed it. Carol's now listing salaries were designated 64 million. So we passed a budget that placed 66 million into salaries for 97, 98. And it's now being redesignated at a lower level. And I know that when Tom was working on this budget, he was certainly the second hand to come in and regroup with us here. He was planning for money to be left in the 97, 98 budget for the beginning retroactivity, basically, it's not the proper term, but basically the catch-up to bring us to baseline because of the delay. That should not be a new 98, 99 expense that doesn't bring forward the revenues for it. And that was to bring his own form of equilibrium to the budget. So I'd say take the 2 years together. If somebody's shifting, I know what Carol's saying about July and August, but you still don't budget for 2 14-month years. If you're budgeting for July and August and it's coming out of the 97, 98, then you're going to bring your next year to September through July and August. It's still going to be a 12-month calendar. It's just taking in two different...
When I said in the
times.
finance committee meeting, this goes back, I probably said it more than once, you can always be a short-term hero and make it look like you've earned a large free balance if you change the formulas from one year to the next. Any number of items can be considered variables. You either stick with the same formulas from year to year, or you will have the possibility of looking really good financially one year and really bad the following year. And I know Tom went over that with you in June, where he said you can have 0 millage increase this year in last June. But the following year, you're going to have a triple impact.
Right.
What I'm suggesting to you, when you look on page 10, Vicki, and I fully understand what you're saying, the salaries went from actually spending 62 million last year to 65 million this year to 69 million next year. There's nothing hocus pocus about the fact that the salaries went from 62 to 65 to 69. That's not something you can manipulate. It's not something, it's based on who works here, what do they earn, and what the contract says.
Carol, you're listing the
last year
And the
he
number of
budgeted-
new
That's not it.
personnel with
But
the
last year he
schools.
budgeted 66,288, and that was a 5%
And you're listing for the
increase.
97, 98, that's over 64, 998.
And he told Vicki and I the reason he did that
And
was even though
purchase services is
there was
doubled
going to be a
and-
half-a-year delay in the payment of the teacher's contract, he was putting the money in there to cover for it.
It's not heroics. It's also been a tradition that we end up with delayed revenues hitting our budget by 2 years. And you can go back historically, there'll be a $4 million swing between the audits and after we've moved into a fiscal year and are locked from updating and crediting this community. I guess as a parent, it hits me two ways. Not only is that money not in my pocket and sitting in the district's coffers, but it's also not in my child's classroom because nobody's actually acknowledged that the revenues exist.
Here's
So
the deal.
it's not a
$62
spending deal.
million on actual. Last year, we spent $62 million actual in salaries. 62 from the proposed 69 is $7 million. Have salaries gone up $7 million since June 30th, 1997? You would say no. The answer is yes, they have. Salaries from June 30th, 1997 to June 30th, 1999 will go up $7 million. $4 million this year and $3 million this current year. They got a $1 million adjustment February of 1998, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. They got a $2 million adjustment in September 1st, 1997. So salaries went up September 1st, $2 million. They went up February 1st, another $1 million. That makes $3 million. And then we know, based on the faces of the people, they're going up another $4 million. That's a $7 million variance between the 2 years. Doesn't sound logical. It makes no sense when you think about it, but that's what it is.
But I think Vicky's question is, Carol, that when we approved the budget last year, we approved $66,288,000 for the 97-98 year. When I look at your budget sheet, you're showing 96-97 is $64 million.
We've transferred
Why did we
monies.
take $2 million out of what the board budgeted for?
Based on projections done in December, you recall we did a large chunk of transfers in January.
Right.
Because we knew that the money was not necessarily placed in the areas we needed it. We had a large transfer to special ed tuition. So the salary budget went from, what did you say, 65?
66 to 64.
To 64, okay? There was transfers. Also, let me point out something in here. This profile does not include your grants.
Well, I'm not concerned about grants.
No.
I'm concerned about the fact that why this board approved $66 million in salaries.
Your grants.
You're showing we had 64, and are you telling me now that you took $2 million out of what this board approved for salaries and put it someplace else?
No, some of the money for the salaries is in the grant programs. If you notice the way this budget is prepared, the grants are underneath the line. They're not in the maintenance budget. So in reformatting it, your grants are not taken into consideration on page 10.
So you're telling me that $66 million that Tracy told us to budget really was not $66 million in salaries? Part of that was grant money?
Part of it was salaries paid through grants. The same thing is true in this year. Look at the $69 million, 074. There's additional salary monies that are going to be paid out that are budgeted in the grants. This is what's considered the maintenance budget.
So there will be
Doesn't
money
have the
coming out of
grants.
that 69?
No, there will be money added to the 69. There will be additional people that earn wages that are in addition to the 69 million.
Look, if you're gonna take money from grants and you're gonna pay salaries, it's gonna go into a 100 category account, right? Somewhere.
No, it's gonna stay in a 1,400 account,
Well, if you took it out one year, why are you going to leave it someplace else the next year?
because we're recasting the budget to meet with the Commonwealth Chart of Accounts. We've said that repeatedly. There's some
Yeah, I know you
recasting.
said that repeatedly.
Okay, let's go back though, because I think the myth is, and I think if we can get over the big myth, is did salaries go up from June 30th, 1997 to this area, June 30th, 1999, $7 million? Is there anybody that says that they didn't?
No, I don't think anybody's
I'd like to see
arguing
the
that.
payroll.
I think what I would like to see is, I would like to
I would have to
see
see the
exactly,
payroll to believe
exactly
it.
what you did and explain to me in a paper or something, just how we change these figures and move this money around. Because when I looked at this budget and I saw that we had, this board approved $66 million, and then I see 64.9,
Okay, here's the answer. Go to page 10.
I'm on page 10.
Go to the bottom of page 10, where it says 111.
Yep.
What did the board approve last year in a budget? It was
112, 325, 890.
Right. This budget is what's called the maintenance budget. It's 111 is a net number without the grants.
Right.
So
And that's even up because I think we're up to like 112,689 because you said we've gotten more grants.
we will get more grants. The net number here is 111,688.
Right,
The board passed a budget equal to 112 million last year.
right.
Okay, when you net the $112 million out, you get 111 million. Hard to explain. I guess I won't be doing 101 accounting, but I'm not doing a great job of it.
110.8.
But I'm telling you, the issue is, it's almost unbelievable that salaries went from, in a 2-year period, up 7 million.
I guess the board needs to know what the dynamics would be to all the equations, because it is the lowest budget ever, the lowest contract ever settled in ages around here. There was also the $1 million give back piece. That was, you know, which was actual money.
This year.
There's then going to be a requirement that back-to-school night has always, you know, not been paid for, but 4 additional volunteer pieces that were under extra duty pay in the past. So there were, co-pay went up some, not a lot, but co-pay went up. So I think there's other dynamics here. Maybe it's the 2 back-to-back ERIs where older teachers have retired, younger ones came in, they're either on maternity, they're going back to college. There's dynamics to that 7 million that I don't think has been typical.
Absolutely, and it's on pages 19.
And we have to know what they are.
It's on pages 19 and 20 that there is absolute dynamics there that were not foreseeable, and it was based on a profile of people that when you did the scattergram was different than currently. Currently, you have younger staff. We've had 80 approximately, Judy, new people coming in this year?
Yes, and remember, we also had 30 additional staff that we added that we didn't have before. So in addition to the retirements that we replaced, we also then had 30 additional, plus we had some resignations that and I think it did come to about 80, 85 new people.
Right. Okay. So your profile changed, which means you're costing out of your movement. If everybody was at the top, where they were when you did the scattergram, they wouldn't be getting 6% and 14% raises. They'd be getting 1% and 2% raises.
But their percentages, Carol, I guess how bothers me is that 10% of 34,000 is 10% of 34,000 is still less than 6% of $60,000. So if we lost a $60,000 employee, yeah, maybe they had lower increases, but in hard, real dollar impact, the increases may be less and, you know, under one, but it's less, it's more dollars that we've actually exchanged for the lower employees. So
Vicki,
I guess
we're going to need to get
we're
around
going
to
to
the
need
other board
personnel
members.
to really please delve into this and help me understand, knowing that it was not 3 years ago that we had the audit done of our matrix.
Right.
I'm sorry, I know I've seen contracts that sound good 1 minute and 3-4 years they've drifted because of all the shifts. We're talking 1 year ago. 1 year ago that this contract was
That a
evaluated.
contract was ever given to an
It's not
auditor
old.
to check before we approved it.
It's the first year of it yet, with a 2% increase total.
Dr. Miller,
average.
would you please, we were spoiled, I think, last year by Tom Sugar, who put together the matrix of teachers, aides, where everybody was in the district. If something to that, a scattergram, Vicki's calling
You're
it.
talking about the personnel numbers report?
Yes.
I've been doing that.
I thought.
Okay.
But a
I have
scattergram
a
gives
brand
you
new one that I just
matrix.
completed. It will be coming out to you on Friday.
Okay, well,
And
that's
what's up?
critical.
Besides that, Judy,
Before
there's a
this
matrix that shows like bachelor's plus 15, we have 185 employees at this step, or 60. It's a lot easier than those
The
bulk pages.
demographics of the staff we now have.
We'll do the best we can with our conversion going on right now.
I understand. Okay, let me bring it around, Mr. Hill,
I have no comment, I'm just waiting
for Finance
what to
Committee.
say. Yeah, I can't,
Okay,
there's nothing to
Mr.
say.
Shapinsky? Mr. O'Donnell?
No. I'm weak and I'm shaking, and I'm a diabetic, and I'm getting out of here.
Mr. Allen?
Good night, Frank.
Good night, Frank.
No.
further questions?
Mrs. Craig?
I guess I just have one. Mrs. Deddy, if you and your department, as you've said tonight, completed a 4-year analysis of revenues over expenditures, why haven't those results been shared with Mrs. Sherry, the Finance Committee?
That's not what I said.
That's what I wrote down.
I said that for 4 years, the expenditure unencumbered amount at April 30th was 16 million, and I have it written down, my office, 1615. It's never been as low as 12, but neither here nor there. I did share that with her. She asked me about 20 days ago that the unencumbered balance looks extraordinarily high. Here it is, 13 or 14 million at that time. And she said, is there something wrong? Are you getting the forecasting right? And she had me think, and I said, well, where were we at this time over the last 4 years? So I went back and I looked to see if we were in some kind of trend history, and we are.
Oh, Carol, you have to watch, though. You know how you put up the 95 figures and you showed those fund balances and things? I mean, you've got to know your history, because we were carrying $6 million forward for retroactivity during a strike period for a non-contract period. It was moving from budgets. You know what I mean, Donna?
Yeah, I do.
In other words, you took 3 million, 4 million. Might have been hid. They try to hide it, I guess. I don't think very well. Jeff seemed to have it in his report. But basically, if you look back on it, it leaves people with a different impression as a part of traditional budgeting, and it was very much related to those circumstances of having no contract signed, no increases going on, but trying to maintain the revenues to cover those expenses at the time a contract would be settled.
I went back to 94. Were we on strike budget at that point?
All the way through to the 90s. Actually, it didn't take hold till the 96 fiscal year.
Yeah, but the strike was in 95. But
The strike was in 95 and it hit.
But it was anticipated in the budget
Carried
before
the
that there'd be a
monies
strike.
forward until 96, so it sounds like the Vicky's telling me. Okay.
Okay,
I thought that was your question.
well, am I not allowed one for the hour?
No, I'm just taking it, you said you had one. I'm just taking your word for it.
I'm sorry, my first question. Are we still anticipating a beginning cash resource amount to be $5.8 million?
We know that we have 4.3, definitely, given what this whole conversation is with Vicki is, do you think revenues over expenditures is 1.5 million, or do you think it's more? That was the question she's been asking.
Exactly.
Because that's the budget reserve money, basically.
Well, but
That's not anything left in all the
That's
accounts.
the amount that is listed here that we're gonna start off with.
4.3
in the
we
next
already
fiscal
have.
year.
4.3 we had as of June 30th of last year. That 4.3 hasn't been touched. It's still there, so it gets carried forward.
Okay, so, on top of starting out with a revenue of that much, you're saying that solely because of salaries, we are going to increase this budget up to, I guess what this says on page 28. We're gonna be taking in a total of $120 million in revenues? Is that what that says, Pat?
Yeah, page
On the
28.
page.
Go ahead, Therese, where are we?
On 28?
Okay.
The total resources that we're gonna be taking in are 120 million?
Correct.
Okay.
It's an estimate.
What page is the total on the expenditures? At the back of this yellow?
It's 117.
Okay.
117,929.
Okay, I don't know, I've never seen, except here, this must just be, I've just never seen where budgets usually, what you spend usually equal what you take in.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm having like a major problem starting off with, $6 million in cash, in the cash resource. And that's been something that's bothered me from the very beginning of this whole budget process. On top of that, we have increased not only in salaries, but by your own admission, the benefits are out of control.
Yes, they are.
And I've asked, I don't know, at how many sessions of both the Finance Committee and of Mrs. Mangle, that the board, if it's necessary to have an executive session for the purpose of discussing those costs, and a way to discuss possibly curbing some of those costs in the next fiscal year, that needs to occur, and nothing has transpired. So my request to you, Mrs. Scheer, is that at the next finance meeting, if we do have to have a discussion of the current benefits program and the costs surrounding those programs, if it needs to be discussed in executive session, that we do it that night. Because we're in an open enrollment period now here in the district. And now's as good a time as any to take a look at those costs.
And we okay with that?
The open
Yeah,
enrollment is
do I-
contractual.
Do I need to give notice to all board members to go into?
Wait a minute, folks, everybody's talking at the same time. Carol, go ahead, what did you say?
The health benefits are contractual in the bargaining unit, and each year you need to give them an opportunity to change their level of coverage.
Yes, but we have the opportunity to change what we provide, what we're willing to provide.
For support staff,
non-bargaining unit.
Non-bargaining unit, which would be your, let me just be clear, because I want to make sure we communicate. It would be your administrators, it would be your secretaries, custodians, maintenance.
All other
people,
groups,
bus
it's the only union we
drivers,
have.
Right.
Food service workers, all of those individuals are not part of the bargaining unit.
Right.
Okay.
Well, their benefit costs add up to the total benefits costs in the budget, correct?
Yeah, the board has, as I understand it, and I have to refer to council, the board has the prerogative to change the level of benefits that are offered to all of those categories.
Well, let me ask you a question. In the contract, there is a particular type of benefits plan, a 125 plan or something like that?
That's your flex.
Is that a particular type of plan that requires us to offer only insurance through certain providers? Or are we allowed to change? Because the way I read the contract is that we have the discretion to change the provider of the insurance benefits, according to the contract that I read.
But then there was a memorandum of understanding that was written along with the contract that specified that we would stick with the blues. I don't have that date, Mrs. Krieger.
I'd like a copy of that MOU, please, because I didn't get that as a part of my after we approved the
I think that
contract.
was originally part of the.
Was that separate?
I think that was done in the prior contract, but was carried through, and nothing was changed with that for the new contract. I think, Dr.
because the
President, am I
early
remembering that correctly?
Well, then it should have been included in the new contract, right?
The MOU would just carry forward.
Automatically?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'd still like a copy of it. I have to take issue with comments that I've been reading in the newspaper, that the cuts that have been made in this budget are all the cuts that the administration can live with. Anytime you see a budget going up, what is it, $8 million? I don't see any cuts. I see an increase, big increase. And I agree with Mrs. Mangle. I can absolutely not support a budget with a millage increase this big. And quite frankly, to tell the board that the areas of curriculum, staff development, and extra duty, or the cuts that we got in the suggested list, is the only area in this whole budget where we can cut. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I take special offense to the second list that came out. I don't think each and every department has really gone in and fine-tuned their expenditures yet. And salaries and benefits is one part, but it's not the whole thing. And technology does not need to be cut. We were able to provide for technology this year, looks like we're gonna be asked to put the same amount in for next year. And I just, curriculum is gonna be coming forward. Mrs. Shear, Dr. Hausler's been given direction to come forward with the recommendations from curriculum, staff development, and extracurricular. I'm a minority member of my own group at this point. So,
Are we talking new spending proposals for the year, or just simply a changes in programs that are happening without
what we're
impact?
submitting is a report to you of the overall increases in spending in curriculum and instruction, staff development, and extracurricular.
A report of what's
Getting the
already
list.
in the budget then, not a new spending
Whatever in
plan?
here.
Okay. Just so we know what, we'll have it.
But I don't support the budget the way it sits right now, at all. That's not news to anybody.
Mr. Mosey?
Thank you. I want to thank you personally for making the remark that you were the one who said that you didn't think there were 5 votes or you would not support a double digit. Because I too had heard that there was support, there were 5 board members who would support anything under 10 mils. And how that came about, or maybe again, your statement was misread, but I thank you for owning up to it and making that clear tonight, because that did upset me. I felt like we were starting out with 1 foot in the bucket already before we even started the process.
Well, I've been wondering what's been going on, because I've been disappointed that the
Yeah,
Finance Committee doesn't have a recommendation
and I
here.
have been disappointed as well, and I think Mrs. Shear made something that has to be noted. In 1996-97, we had a $104 million budget. If we go to 118, that's $14 million in additional spending over 2 years. That's an awful lot of money someplace.
Where it is, that's the big thing.
And I keep getting back to the fact that I had told Dr. Hassler that I would not support anything more than a $116 million budget, and my reasoning was that we collected $4.2 million in additional revenue we did not expect to collect this year, and that has been spent, and now we're being asked for another $2 million. I am concerned with the fact that reassessment is going to hit a lot of people, and I know some numbers are put out, and there's numbers in the back of the book, but I think some people are going to get whacked with a very large reassessment this year. And I know people will argue that's not the case. And I think that it's a good time to maybe slide another, 10 mils through, because when they get a bill from the school district, it doesn't show what reassessment, and it doesn't show what we put on as an additional tax. It shows one figure. And then the argument can always go back, well, Montgomery County had reassessment, and that's where it's coming from, and blame it on the reassessment, and try to slide it through that, that we didn't hit them with any kind of an increase. I am concerned with that. And my $116 million figure comes right out of the book. That is a maintenance budget. Mrs. Deddy has here that we need $114,837,325, and that's an increase of $3,149,044. So I'm willing to go another $1.2 million to 116. And I think it's like anything else, Mrs. Mangle. We all have to live within budgets. There's a lot of things we would all like. But, if your husband only brings home a $200 paycheck that week, and you were going to take a trip to New York and spend $300, guess what? You forego the trip to New York, and you pay for the food and clothing for your children, and you pay your rent and your mortgage and whatever else you need. So I have said all along that I would not support more than a $116 million budget. I think that's being more than generous, because we're going to show 4.2 or 4.3 million additional revenue we didn't expect to get. We still don't know what the figures are going to be with savings of revenue over expenditures. And that's
Okay, but
all.
at 116 million, if
And that's
Vicki,
still-
you're there too, what would that budget look like? Can you return a budget like that to us?
That is still going to be $12 million over what this board spent 2 years ago.
All I can tell you,
I
about
think that's a
2%.
sizable increase over a 2-year period.
It was a 2% decrease in the original budget out of its entire body. And I can only say to you, I could sit here and formulate my own budget. I'd only ask that I get the starting point on a disk so I can put it into my computer instead of putting it through to a full every item entry.
in order to perform that task. I just know that we are looking at 1% growth factors in this district as far as student body's concerned. 96 to 97 was a 1.6. We can't hide behind 300, 400, 500 students being the justification for 7 and 8 and 10% increases. So, you know, we better step back from that posturing. It just won't hold up anymore. And as Pat said, reassessment is horrendous. I look at 104 million balance, and you're talking, you know, probably 108 million for 97, 98, moving to 115 million, or 116, as Pat says. Excuse me, that sounds pretty darn generous to me. I don't feel the least bit uncomfortable with being a cheapskate board member. Many members in our community would love that inflation
And one more
rate.
thing I'd like to say, I take great acceptance
I just don't think there was an interest.
that, you know, this board is going to have to make its cuts or let us know where the cuts are. My feeling is it is the administration's budget. They know what their priorities are. We have given them direction as to how much money you're going to get. We did it last year. Mr. Wood was involved. We did it last year, and it worked. I don't know why it can't work again this year. Why this board has to be put on the spot to make the cuts and answer the questions to this community. I don't think that's my job as a board member. I think we pay people very well around here to do their jobs, and I think it's their responsibility to bring a good budget forward. It's our job to approve the spending because we have the taxing power.
Okay, your meeting then is
Monday, 5:30.
Monday at 5:30, Monday the 18th.
You should be done by 12.
Any comments from the community? Yes, Mrs. Clark.
Karen Clark, Montgomery Township. It's been a long time since I've been here, and I really didn't want to come back. Mr. Mosey, if the administration won't cut the budget, you guys have to cut the budget.
You're probably right.
I mean, I was at the first finance meeting in January, and I've been to a couple of other ones since then. And I've listened to the arguments in those committee meetings, and all I keep seeing is a budget going up. They're not going to do it. That's your job. That's what we voted you in for.
Anybody else?
Point well
Mr.
taken,
Gordon.
Mrs. Clark.
H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township. It's so late, I've forgotten what I was going to say. The committee structure being what it is, I have a question to you, Madam President. Having sat through the Finance Committee meetings, I'm seeing a 2-to-1 negative against voting this budget out. What happens? If the committee won't vote the budget before the board, what's going to happen?
Well, the balance of the board, you know, cannot shirk the responsibilities of the timelines required by code to submit a budget. It's not supposed to work that way. And it's unfortunate. And it's easy to say no. It's harder to find solutions. And there's some areas that we might have to do line by line because it's important that the community know where each board member stands on each of these different pieces of spending. We can't do much about contracts, but there's additional spending here that we have to take a stand on. And it's going to, if the committee cannot make a recommendation to this board that they can live with, then by default, we have to pick up the responsibility.
Mr. Solicitor, is that the 20-day timeline that we have to have something out and the board's got to work on something within 20 days?
School code requires you to pass the budget within a certain period of time. It has to be passed.
Thank you.
Anybody else, please? I do want to acknowledge that I do realize that there are ladies from the secretarial work pool that are here tonight. They are well aware that under the areas of consideration for additional funding are expenses related to their compensation. I know that they were waiting to either hear something or to see a board commitment one way or another. And it doesn't look like it's happening tonight, ladies. It's not right. I mean, that vote isn't ready for tonight. These additional areas are going to have to be considered. They're non-contractual. They have to be considered. There's either enough board members to leave it in or enough board members to take it out. finance meeting where this may come up on the agenda is Monday night at 5:30. But I thank you for coming in. Anybody else? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.